Shrew 9 returns. Starliner's going to fly again, maybe uncrewed this time again. And China's building a bigger James Webb Space Telescope. Oh, and Starship also exists, getting closer to the next flight. On this week's Flame Trench.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up.
It's orange!
Oh my god!
Decollage! Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Hello, and welcome to this week's Flame Trench. I'm your host for this week, Jack Beyer, and I'm just casually rearranging all of my windows because I'm home and I have all my screens and I can put everything wherever I want. It's amazing. Also joining me on this week's Flame Trench, as usual, we have the OG crew. EJ, what are you doing, dude?
Huh?
Were you just sniffing that?
Yeah.
Did
Hey.
it
Hi.
smell good?
I mean, yeah, kind of.
Wait, like seriously
It's
though, like what is
orange.
that? Foam?
It's orange.
Is that perhaps foam from a rocket of some sort?
Yeah.
Nice. SRB installation?
No.
Sophie?
No. Yes.
Nice.
Yes. You just gotta pet it. Mr. Fomelsworth.
Also joining us this week, whose voice you might have just heard, Sawyer. Sawyer, you talk. I have no words.
I had no idea that EJ had space shuttle foam. Oh my goodness. Also,
Oh, it's not from that.
oh, well,
Ooh.
Sophie, spray on foam insulation. I do appreciate, by the way, the amazing names that have been coming up for us underneath. They are very accurate and very appreciated, Kevin Michael Reed. So thank you. It's good to be here. A lot of good stuff to talk about.
I did not notice. Are you okay? Wait, what was
Wait,
I?
you didn't even see. EJ had one, and then you had this one since the intro. Since the cold open.
You know, I wasn't even.
That's why I was laughing.
I wasn't even going to do this. I was going to save it for the pre-show, which, if you are a member, you can get access to the pre-show and the post-show for the Flame Trench. EJ knows bagels, but EJ,
No, you know bagels, Jay.
I mean,
Am I at Das's house? Or
it kind of looks like it.
Oh my gosh, you're in
Did you-
Das's Mars
Did you raid
habitat.
his studio?
no.
Anyway, I ate a bagel in the pre-show, and it's an actual bagel, and everyone
Oh.
thinks it's not a bagel, but it's a bagel. But let's move on and talk about spaceflight. How about that? See what I did?
I'm okay with that.
I just nipped it in the bud. I just sliced it in the bagel. Chat, if you have
No.
any questions, feel free to add NASA spaceflight, and we'll see your questions pop up in some software that we should have running in the background. I'm not sure if we do. Hint, hint, Kevin. But yeah, let's just jump right into it. Sawyer, what's going on with Shrew 9 returning? I mean, I know there was dolphins. That was pretty sweet.
Oh my gosh, they're dolphins, as I was caught on air saying.
Should have
Yes.
called it Dolphin 9. Am I right?
No, you're very wrong.
Am I
Good try.
right?
No.
Are you
Yeah.
sure?
You're on the left coast, so you're left. Anyway. Good job. Let's get on track.
Ah.
Thank you, yes. Anyway, yes, Crew 9 is finally home, despite whatever you may have seen in the headlines and your definitions of the word stranded or stuck or anything that makes my blood boil like that. Crew 9 is safely back home, the Crew Dragon undocking from the International Space Station and then jettisoning the trunk and performing its re-entry and splashing down just off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida, my old stomping grounds there. The capsule containing 4 people, that included 3 astronauts, with NASA astronaut Nick Hague, Roscosmos astronaut Alexander Gorbanov, who I actually interviewed before the launch, and there is a link to that article somewhere on NASA Space.
There's the flex. How far are we in?
Oh, come
Well,
on.
he had to make up for you flexing on him by having Sophie. Like
Exactly, yeah.
to Sawyer,
Yeah,
nobody could
that's fair.
possibly have Sophie but him.
Of course. Shuttle tile, I get it. Foam? Anyway, but yes. And of course, the 2 empty seats that it launched with were filled by Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, finally returning back from their stay on the ISS. Nick and Alexander stayed about 6 months, and then Butch and Sonny for 9 months after launching aboard the Starliner capsule, which we'll talk more about that in just a little bit. But they splashed down, were greeted by Ryan Caton, aka D-Pod Dolphin, and they are safely back home. They were taken out the capsule, just returned recently to Houston, so everyone is back home finally, where they belong, and the crazy saga of Butch and Sonny comes to an end.
Thank
What?
God.
Wait a minute. Did you say? Yeah, that's right. Did you say that Ryan, the D-Pod Dolphin Pro, was covering a cast where there was indeed dolphins?
Yes, exactly.
Did he flip out?
Does anybody else find that really funny?
Very good fun token.
Yes.
That one was good.
It'd be like me hosting a stream in which there was a whole lot of grumpy bald guys.
I don't even know where you were trying to go with that one.
I don't know anymore.
I know exactly where he's going.
God?
Is that
Yep,
you?
Did he not
safely
call
into the
me
Gulf?
grumpy like 5 minutes ago? Like right before we
Oh,
started
yes,
the
we
show?
did. That's right. Yeah, we absolutely did.
Again,
Right.
pre-show. You're missing out if you're not watching the pre-show.
In the Discord. But the other important thing to note, as you see the splashdown right there, that marks the end of an era for SpaceX as the final planned splashdown of a crew capsule off the coasts of Florida.
West Coast, baby! No?
No.
No, wait, Kevin, full screen me. Full screen me. Kevin,
Oh,
full screen
no.
me.
Oh no.
Full screen me. West Coast, baby! No?
You just wanted that gift.
No?
Elisar's
Come
gonna
on.
have fun with that.
Come on. Not only is it a better coast with more contour and interesting geography, but also now trunks won't land places where they're not supposed to. They'll just go into the Pacific Ocean, you know?
It's
West
al-
Coast, baby!
It is probably worth noting why they did the transition, yes, because they've had a couple missions where after they jettison the trunk, so that's the unpressurized part at the back of the Dragon capsule with the fins and the sort of, what am I thinking of, solar panel on the side of it. They jettison that, and it's supposed to go within a special corridor where it will burn up, and any pieces that don't burn up will just splash down harmlessly in the ocean. First, pieces started washing up from one of them, then one of them actually kind of landed on land, and they went, wait, that's not supposed to land there. And really, the only way to prevent that from happening is to change where you land. So they will jettison the trunk at a different position around Earth, which means they will splash down at a different position on Earth. So that's kind of why they're doing the switch. And I actually asked one of the SpaceX people, Sarah, during the post-splashdown press conference about that. And basically, she said that one of the things they have going for them, because yes, there's like 10 different sites you could land in Florida, but one thing that the Pacific supposedly has going for it is that it's slightly calmer so that they don't need as many contingency spots, which, has anyone ever been to the Pacific Ocean? Have you seen the waves? How is that calmer?
It's literally in the name, Sawyer. Pacific. The Atlantic
Yeah.
is notoriously a more rough body of water than the Pacific.
But lots of things are wrong with a name. What you ate earlier, you called a bagel, and that's the wrong name for it.
But yes, as somebody who came up on the West Coast doing rocket stuff, particularly shooting things in the port, I'm excited for the return of Dragon Recovery on the West Coast. So this was a nice recovery to see for me, because it means dragons will be coming back to the West Coast. Not that I'll ever be here, but a guy can dream. But can we also take a second to talk about the drone shots that were broadcast? Mwah! Chef's kiss.
They're pretty good.
So good.
Yeah.
It's
pretty good.
It's actually been a really good week for drone shots in space flight, because didn't we also get that sick Rocket Lab shot of the drone pulling out like just in front of the plume as Electron launched? So more drone shots of space flight stuff, more better. I'm going to go on record. I'm going to go out on a limb here and go on record and say more drone stuff of space flight stuff, good.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. 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 And look at those nice calm waters.
Yeah,
in the Gulf.
exactly. East Coast calm waters. It's great.
Yeah,
Gonna
those are
miss
very
it.
nice. I'm a fan of those. With dolphins, see if that ever happens.
Yeah, if the
Yeah.
dolphins
Out there.
do happen, we will talk about it at some point. Thank you, Kevin. We love you.
Nice.
I do wonder, I don't want to go too far down the Jack, like, Earth is amazing, animals are smart, hippy dippy train, but like, it's just kind of beautiful that dolphins rolled up on a space capsule. One of the other intelligent creatures on this planet besides humans. I wish we could know what they were thinking. Probably, this stinks, or something, something like that. Fish? No fish. Okay, bye. But still, like, something.
They're probably peeping it. They're probably like, that's not a boat.
That's a weird boat. Let's go and
That's
fish.
not a boat.
Yeah, they don't have any fish for me. They just have hypergolics.
But yeah, I just found that particularly beautiful. Also, like, sort of a Hitchhiker's vibe, or Hitchhiker's Guide vibe, a little bit. Like, expect one of them to pop out and be like, "So long, and thanks for all the fish," and then the world
They
ends.
were a lot of people made that joke, a lot, including one of the people who was originally supposed to fly on Crew 9, but was removed to make room for the empty seats for Butch and Sunny. The original commander of the flight posted that in response to it.
Good to know I am nothing if not unoriginal. How about we do some Shrew 9 questions? How about that? We're gonna.
Stop calling it that.
You don't
As
like
long
when I
as-
call it that?
I don't understand the reference.
Is it like? I mean, you don't Hang on, Sawyer,
It
talk smart words. Go.
It also depends on what we're saying here in terms of questions. Are we talking about legit questions? Are we talking about some of the dumb ones that I had to sit through in both the Crew 10 and then the Crew 9 post-splashdown press conferences? Because there have been some dumb questions asked. Just
EJ,
just saying.
look at the Crew 9
Ugh.
patch. What do you see?
All right. Tap noise. Tap noises. Where's the tap emotes in chat? There we go. Okay.
Everyone's going to start complaining. He's tapping.
It looks like it says Shrew 9. That's the joke, because they put the ISS right next to the C, so it looks like CHREW 9. So I've been saying Shrew 9 for months now, because
yeah, I see
pretend that I'm clever even though I'm annoying. Anyways, that's the
No, that's my
joke. I'm
job.
gonna keep calling it that. But yeah, no, not that patch, Kevin. Sorry, it's the SpaceX patch. I can see the one that you're looking for. I'm really great at this. How about we do some questions?
Let's do it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
John Cook's asking, did the Dolphins violate the keep out zone for splashdown? I do sort of wonder, like, they, one of the first things that happens when the Dragon splashes down, right, is they go out there with the fast boats and the ninjas, they sniff for hypergalls or anything that is in the air that shouldn't be in the air. Hopefully the Dolphins were nice and safe. But yeah, I guess technically they violated it if they were marine vessels, but thankfully they're animals and not marine vessels. See, Shrew 9. Case closed. Fight me.
Oh, because of the ISS looking
Yeah.
like an H?
Shrew 9. Fight me. Fight me.
Wouldn't it be Crew?
I-
Well, then CH could be K, which would then be Crew 9 or Crew 9.
No, it's Shrew.
And wouldn't that be SHREW? This is CHREW.
It's like a fancy, like, bougie LA Shrew.
That's
Because
why.
English
Okay,
is the
so what's
hallmark
the thing?
for uniform language syntax, right? Like,
If I ever need either of you to agree with me, all I have to do is like commit a microaggression against the West Coast in my convincing argument, and then you're like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense to me. It's perfect. It's a perfect strategy.
I mean, you're literally sandwiched between two East Coasters here.
And I couldn't hate it more. No, I'm kidding. I love you guys. You know that. Let's see. More questions. Bum bum bum. It's like all questions about bagels. There's no there's no crude questions. I think that means we move on.
Well, yeah. I mean, one of the questions that I was looking for an answer to in that press conference that Sawyer went to was, what's the deal with Starliner? What's going on there? Steve Stitch did say in that press conference that, Boeing will fly another mission, whether it's going to be crewed or uncrewed. They don't know yet. You guys, what do you guys think? Do you think that, the next Starliner should have people on it? Do you think Boeing got the stuff figured out with those thrusters? Because what happened with Starliner originally that caused this whole, like, I don't call it a fiasco. Let's just say this whole, mission observation to happen was
Right.
that they didn't get their thermal analysis right. And what happened is that their
got too hot.
thrusters, exactly.
Mhm.
Yep. Their thrusters that had a passive, they have a passive cooling system on the nozzle that basically the nozzles glow to get rid of the heat, but they can only get rid of so much heat so fast because it's a passive system. Right. So they introduced too much heat into the thrusters. They started blowing poppet seals on their injectors, on their hypergolic injectors on the NTO side. So they didn't really get those thrusters right. Now, obviously we did see Starliner come back down, and it came down seemingly just fine. I don't know. Boeing has not said much about it since then, right? So, Steve Stitch, the guy that runs the commercial crew program for NASA, said, the next one might be with no people on it, but maybe not. I mean, just on a side note, Boeing is on the hook for 5 more missions to the ISS after this.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's going to happen. Jack, what do you think? You think they should put people on the next one?
I mean, I kind of feel like it should be another crude flight test. I mean, run the same situation again. But to your point, I don't know what sort of mitigations Boeing has taken. Like you said, they haven't really talked about it much. So,
Yep.
whichever way it goes, crewed, uncrewed, I support it being another test flight and not just rushing into, operational status, because we don't know how rushing into operational status went for the space shuttle. But what I do want to just mention briefly is, like, through all of this huge EJ, you can't be typing Con Air references in the back channel and expect me to be able to maintain a train of thought. You can't do that. That's not how my brain works, my guy. I'm way too ADD for that. What was I even talking about? Oh yeah, throughout all of this horrible, Butch and Sonny, are they stranded? Are they not stranded? Is there a rescue mission? Is there not a rescue mission? The whole thing. The lesson for me, or like my takeaway, is I am most mad at Starliner and Boeing. So yay! I'm glad it's not going to be just like, oh, it's operational. You can't be doing that, dude. You can't be posting Nick Cage with long hair from Con Air in the back channel while I'm trying to make a cohesive point.
Honestly, if you had hair, it kind of looks like you.
I did have long hair at one point, and I did used to be cool. If I was even cooler, I would remember the Simpsons quote about what it is and how it's strange and weird to me now, but that's all you're going to get.
Oh my God.
I think
So why are you mad at Starliner?
I'm mad at Starliner because if it hadn't messed up so thoroughly and repeatedly, we would have never been in this whole observation, as you put it. And it's really just absurd that they didn't get the thermal analysis right. There's been a handful of spaceflight derps, for lack of a better word, or title or classification, in the last year or so that just like immediately come to mind. Not factoring in the weight of the wiring on Gateway. What?
Yeah.
There's several of those sorts of moments, and Starliner, yeah, it's just it. And Boeing's going to make a loss now, right? Like it's already a loss. Like they're not getting any more money because it's a fixed price contract. So they have to fly these 5 entire missions. Hopefully, if they can get the the tests out of the way and get it certified on their own dime, which I bet they're none too happy about. But you know what? They just did get the contract for NGAD today, so they're they're fine. They're going to be fine.
But didn't they say in the press conference something about, when they were asked would they get more money for another test flight, is that they're meeting test objectives or they're meeting objectives or something and they're paid based on the objectives? So, I mean, yeah, it's still pretty much all out of their pocket, but they're still getting some money, surprisingly, through all of this, it sounded like.
Really, like, it's just tragic that we've taken this long to get to a point where we have crew capsule redundancy. Hopefully they can figure it out. That's the extent of my sage wisdom on Starliner.
And here's the thing that people don't always remember, too, is that there was never this talks of a possible orbital flight test 3. There was never supposed to be an orbital flight test 2.
Right.
It was OFT and CFT. That was going to be it. The orbital flight test, the crew flight test, and then Starliner 1. 3 missions. The first one, you may recall, almost barely made it. Didn't make it into a correct orbit because the clock on it was wrong.
Mission elapsed timer error.
Yeah. They messed up the clock.
I don't know what would make me more mad if I was at an organization, if you messed up the clock or if you installed the accelerometer upside down. Both of those are pretty frickin' boneheaded.
You probably have more consequences for doing that in Russia than you would for a clock wrong in the U.S., aka
Also true.
Proton. But
Also true.
Hey, fellas, real quick. This was over from my buddy Rocket Guy over in the Twitch chat. I'm also streaming on Twitch, everybody. EJ_SA, if anyone cares. It's actually a good point. At this point, you could say that SpaceX's own fleet of capsules provides their own capsule redundancy.
I mean, not wrong. Honestly, not wrong.
You're not wrong. That's actually a really good point.
And part of this whole situation has been, if there was an offer made to get them back sooner, what capsule would it have been? Because we generally know what state the capsules are in, and even in the presser, I believe, was that you, Sawyer, that asked that question about the capsules, and they kind of almost even, it seemed like you almost even stumped them. But the TLDR is they have a lot of capsules in flow, and when they have a need, they can sort of jostle them around. Am I remembering the answer correctly, Sawyer? That was pretty nifty.
hey, yeah, shout out to Alex as well for input on that question too when I asked it. But yeah, they basically said that they have different lanes that they do for the processing of the capsules. And in the case of this one, they basically realized, wait, the new one isn't going to be ready. So when it comes to the lanes, they have ones that are basically being processed simultaneously and are at relatively similar points in their processing. So if something goes wrong with one, it just merges into the other lane and that becomes the active one. So that's kind of what happened here, is that they were, again, the question was, in what particular order are they going to actually be doing it? And, Endurance ended up bouncing around like 4 different missions, and they totally forgot the actual calculations and all that. Shout out to Alex for keeping record of it. But in short, they had Freedom kind of along the same path. So it took just an extra month. They were able to slide it into the active one. And so the other one went into the sort of holding pattern now. So it kind of just swaps places.
So my question is, and I don't even know that I want to ask this, given what we know based on that answer, is could there plausibly have been a Dragon on station sooner? But no, they took extra time to get Crew 10's capsule ready, right? Even then.
They said no, that's not. I mean, what Sora was saying was pretty right. That's what Sarah Walker was saying, and she works over at SpaceX in the Dragon program. They could have gone faster. They didn't. They could shuffle around the lanes on the capsules. They definitely could have gone faster, but NASA said, "Nah, don't do that. We're good." And they're like, "All right, cool, sweet."
Well, also the fact that they really wanted to fly that brand new capsule for the next flight. That was their big thing, was let's get this new capsule flown.
Right.
That way we have all 5 operational, and for an ISS mission, it's a perfect time to debut a brand new one. So, Crew 9's up there. Butch and Sunny have joined Crew 9. It's not as much of a rush to get them down because now they're ISS crew members. Suni ended up basically Sonny ended up commanding the ISS for part of it, so they
So
probably
cool.
could have. But then when they realized, wait a minute, this capsule isn't going to be ready in time for February, then they kind of did a little bit of a slide and a slight fast track on getting Endurance ready.
I'm asking this because in my mental model of reality, as I see it, right? Uh, a dragon getting to the ISS sooner was not a plausible thing until hearing these answers in this presser and some of the recent information that's come out, and I've been like, oh, okay, so could have happened. Like if we're on Mythbusters and we're throwing down the big metal thing onto the ground for the cool slow-mo shot before the commercials, the metal thing we're throwing down doesn't say confirmed, doesn't say denied, it says plausible.
Yes.
All right, I've
Yeah, that's
beaten
fair.
that dead horse. I'm sorry, Chris. I just wanted to sort of put that stake in the ground and make sure
Why'd you do
my
that
mental
to the
model
horse?
of reality matched your mental model of reality, because it can be kind of hard these days to feel like we
That's
all live in
mental.
the same reality.
But I think it's worth noting, it's not like we're talking that, oh, they could probably slide this in and launched it back in October, let's say. They wanted Crew 9 to have their full stay
Full
up there.
rotation, right? Right.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't sound like a capsule would have been ready in time much earlier anyway. The goal was February. They wanted to get them back in February, but once they realized a capsule yet to be named wasn't ready, they did the swap, and that took some extra time. But it's worth noting, if we're talking earlier, we're not talking that much earlier anyway for Crew 10's arrival.
Chad is very mad at me for beating the horse. I'm sorry.
You should be
Uh,
ashamed. Calling what you ate earlier a bagel and now beating a horse.
Bro, again with the okay, you know what, dude? All right, cut away. Just, you know what? Hang on.
I'm a little scared where this is going. Also,
Oh, look, he's gone.
yes, finally bagel supremacy is on chat. Anyway, oh no. Oh no.
Oh, he's back. Hello. What are you doing?
Don't tell me
that
you
a-
got a second sandwich.
Is this a bagel? Chat, is this a bagel? Is this a bagel? This is an everything jalapeno cheddar bagel. It's a bagel. Look.
I'm not
Look,
gonna lie to you, man. That
there's a
kind of looks
hole.
like throw up.
Look, there's a hole. See? The argument
Why
that
are
it doesn't
you
have a
showing
hole and
this?
therefore is not a bagel does not stand, because there. Okay. Anyways,
We
let's talk
need
about.
a poll in chat. We need a poll.
But yes.
To jail. To jail he goes.
I'm in bagel jail. Anyway, if you're gonna keep disparaging my bagels, yes, time when I go to the bagel place to get a prop bagel so that I can yell at you on the flame trench. Yes, I am going to do that. I am that type of person.
Dude, that looks like something my dog threw up. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Your dog has delicious looking throw up.
Yeah, Jake's hairballs look much better.
All right, what were we talking about before bagel happened?
So here's the other interesting thing then with
Oh, there's like
with Starliner.
poppy seeds all over my keyboard and mouse pad now.
Congratulations, you just played yourself.
So Starliner, yeah, I do want to see that poll if we can, but most importantly here with Starliner and with getting that, so we talked about getting the new capsule in. Sure, they have the capsule ready, but Ryan Weber in the back channel brings up a really interesting point. SpaceX has capsules ready. They have rockets ready. If they need to add a third orbital flight test, they either need to continue with that planned contract. It's either orbital or crew flight test 2, whichever one it ends up being if they do that. They still have a set number of missions they're contracted for to the ISS. Right now, Starliner is only capable of flying on Atlas V. Atlas V is out of production. It is done. They have made no more. All the ones that will be, will be. So would they have to bump a payload off and maybe see if it could fly on Vulcan then, if they needed to do an extra flight?
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that. Am I still in jail?
Rightfully
Why? Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Why couldn't you just put the bagel back in the box?
Put the bagel back in the box.
Also, I have to put this out here again because there's no rails on this show anyway. Tell me that doesn't look especially with the people not in there, but that it doesn't look like a Cyberman, like the old Mondasian Cyberman from Doctor Who. It's even got the little, when it's on the thing, it even has the little
It's
bar
making
on top.
it's making the face, guys. It's making the meme face. It's making the face.
That
No,
too.
I definitely see it, Sawyer, but also
Why am I still in jail?
because
All right. You know what? We do actually have some questions to run through. Ship 27 is asking. We're just going to do Starliner now because we were talking about it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Didn't Starliner have the same problem during one of its uncrewed flight tests? If so, did they do anything to combat it? I think they're talking about the thruster overheat, EJ.
yeah. OFT2 did have some problems with the thrusters during D. I'm not 100% sure if it was the exact same problems, but I mean that still begs the point that doghouse, the analysis, all your thermal analysis on the doghouse, which is the thruster blocks, the 4 thruster blocks on Starliner, was nowhere near adequate. Like,
Who
and
analyzed the doghouse? Who? Sawyer, Sawyer, you're my ride or die, babe. Thank you.
I got you. I may not agree with you on bagels. I agree with you on the rest of it.
Okay.
Don't cut to me.
I okay. Anyway, it's kind of weird. Like, guys, I'm not a rocket scientist, right? By any means, right? I'm just a guy that sits here and talks about this stuff all day, right? Like, I don't really know, but what I do know is that the Starliner thrusters are derived from the space shuttle's RCS. They're very similar, and they believe it or not, a little while back, I was on the just perusing around NASA's technical report server, as one does, and I found a document from like the early '90s about the thruster, the poppet seals on the space shuttle reaction control systems having the exact same problem. They were overheating the poppet seals on the thrusters on the space shuttle because their pulse width modulation was introducing too much heat, and the nozzle couldn't shed the thing. So, I mean, it begs the question again, like, who okayed this thermal analysis? It was like, yeah, no, this is good. Just send it. It's fine. We flew it on the space shuttle. It'll be good. It's just, it's an interesting thing to think about. Like why would someone do that? I don't understand. You had this problem 30 years ago and they fixed it, and you didn't have the problem here, which is it's a very, very strange thing to think about. Like, you'd have problems on OFT2 and then put people on it, and then you have the same problems. That's weird.
It's like you
That's
didn't
very
even
strange.
do anything about it or something.
Yeah, especially, claiming like, oh, Starliner has flight heritage from the shuttle, right? Like, oh, it's got heritage from the shuttle. Like, wait, okay. Well, yeah, clearly it does.
It sort of raises
Thanks for confirming that.
It sort of raises an interesting point. Like, a lot of what was supposed to be happening with with using shuttle heritage hardware, both for Artemis or for Starliner, like, we use this heritage hardware and it saves us time and money, right? Because we already have expertise. But like, at the same time, I wonder if Boeing for Starliner in this case was using shuttle era analysis and not, that's what caused them to overlook this. Like, they're just using old numbers. And they're like, oh no, the numbers say that's fine. The numbers said it's fine. But although you did say, EJ, that they had the problem in the shuttle era as well. But
so in that technical report, Jack, it's kind of interesting that that report basically suggests field modifications to the thrusters to get them to heat up. So that means somebody modified the shuttle thrusters at the OPF. They didn't send it back to the factory, right? So it was a field fix. Clearly, that field fix didn't make its way into Starliner, or did it? Like, I don't know. They could, the thruster could have changed over 30 years, but
right.
These thrusters are known for this kind of thing, which is once again, it's just very peculiar, and it's a shame because, we got, you see Starliner on the screen there. Starliner is actually a pretty well-built piece of equipment. I personally, I know this is going to sound ridiculous, right? It's going to sound ridiculous. I think the heads-up display that we have that we get from Starliner, which was on the screen a little bit a second ago, is actually really good. It's really
Yeah.
good, and it's really easy to see, and it's really easy to understand. And Starliner's Vesta docking system is amazing. It's a relative navigation docking system. It works ironically very, very similar to like a Tesla autopilot or Tesla full self-driving. It's very similar to that. It's relative navigation, which is very, I think that's super cool.
Would it
Capsule's
go
got a
through
lot of cool tricks.
Roadrunner Coyote style wall?
Oh,
don't-
don't
I
even
don't-
start with that one. Oh, Jesus. Poor Mark Grover. Well, not poor Mark Grover. It was a flawed test. That's a whole nother story. Jake even agrees. Hi, Jake.
I had to.
I-
I'm sorry.
That's a low blow, man.
Yeah, something like that. So I mean, it kind of sucks that somebody not doing the proper thermal analysis kind of overshadows all these other systems. I mean, Starliner may look kind of Spartan if you see like the interior right there. It looks kind of very utilitarian, like a very late 90s 2000s vibe going on in there. But hey, personally, I like the tactile feel of buttons. That's pretty cool. Touchscreens are cool too. I'm not hating. I got this shirt on for a reason, right? But yeah, it's a shame that this thermal analysis, which seemed to not get fixed, overshadows all this really cool stuff that the capsule has. It's pretty neat.
It's part of what makes it so frustrating. It's just like
Yeah,
I want to
big
see this
pain.
system work. I want to see it succeed. I want to see it become operational, and I really want Boeing to use it for more than just 5 flights. Like, wouldn't that be a shame? They just do their 5 flight contract, and then there's no more ISS for it to go to, and then they don't bother going to private private stations because they are just not economical enough. Like,
Well, one of the questions was, is Boeing committed to Starliner even after their commercial crew? And they basically said yes. I mean, it was a little bit vague answer, but it was trending more in the yes answer than no. So clearly, there's some other stuff. There's some other contracts that are happening that with other missions for Starliner, or else they wouldn't be committed to it. But like, I think they said something along the lines of, I'm paraphrasing here, like Boeing is committed to pursuing, a potential expansion of like low Earth orbit, right? And, having ways to move people around up there. So they are committed, which is crazy. Like you wouldn't think, right? But yeah, oh yeah, they're going to stick with it, and good on them for doing that. That's pretty cool.
it's super
I'm
cool. And part of what we would hope the commercial crew program and programs like it, like Clips, for example, does is it gives companies sort of the expertise they need to operationalize this cutting edge stuff. And we've seen SpaceX do it with Dragon, and then turn around and use that money to start building Starship. And I hope Boeing has a lot of cool stuff in store in the future in their space sector, and not just you know
Mhm.
military industrial fun time. Sawyer, I cut you off. I'm sorry. What's up?
I was gonna say I don't see that much of a future for it, but I absolutely hope so. Really, Kevin, that's the part you're zooming in on. If we zoom out, what's really cool is that I've actually flown Starliner.
They
At
did a
least
nice zoom out for you and everything.
that was cool. I wasn't sure where the face zoom in was going at first, but yes, that's at the CST 100 Starliner training facility at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. It's in the exact same room that they used to have the full-scale shuttle simulators in there.
That's
This is,
so
of
cool.
course, a room off to the side, but it's like you were talking about, EJ. It is a surprisingly, I don't want to say complex, but I guess technologically enhanced while still super easy vehicle. If they can get these thrusters worked out, the capsule portion itself, I was also inside a model of the capsule, is really nice. Sure, Dragon is very nice too. I've seen inside models of those, but Starliner, I don't know. It feels almost kind of luxury in a way, in the way that they designed it. I hope it has a future, but technologically, I don't know if there really is one. It seems like most of these places, even like when we talked to Vast in the recent interview that we did and the video that
Vast.
we did with them, they are basically all going on. This is based around Crew Dragon and eventually Starliner, or not Starliner. Excuse me, Starship.
Yeah. I hope, like I said, I hope Starliner has a big bright future. I know you disagree with me, but at the
I
very
hope it
least,
does. Oh no, I hope it does
no,
too.
I know you were saying you don't think it does, but you hope it does.
Exactly.
Um, yeah, but like if any company is going to make a sweet UI and a sweet like actual command system and screens and heads up display for a capsule, I actually do have faith in Boeing doing that because they have to make stuff for fighter jets and fighter pilots who need like sensor fusion and all sorts of crazy missile queuing and who knows what else in their heads up display, like information at their fingertips with actual physical switches. Like, I trust Boeing to make a good capsule cockpit and command interface and everything. I don't know that I've actually ever paid attention to it, EJ. So that's a cool shout. Also, Sawyer, I'm jealous you got to fly it.
Thank you. Yeah, it was with Mike Fink, who just had a birthday, and as of now, depending on how the cards fly, is scheduled to command Starliner 1.
It just flexes on flexes.
You know it. And that wasn't even the Orion portion that I got to tour as well while I was there. But anyway, continuing.
Just keeps flexing. Let me thank some people because we are like 45 minutes in and we haven't thanked anybody like the Space Pope, with their what has essentially become a weekly like customary. Is it a tithe if the Pope is doing it? It's like a reverse tithe. Uh, $50 super chat. Thank you, Space Pope. You're the best. Ellie Mary, sorry. With a super chat, they say nothing better than the flame trench on a Friday night. Thank you guys. Oh, thank you. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Thank you for the super chat. They say, is Jack's favorite burger the sourdough Jack from Jack in the Box?
Ha! Pun tokens! Pun tokens!
Yes.
First off, that's a trash burger. Second off, if we're gonna talk favorite burgers, we need to talk like what tier of burger are we talking about? Are we talking about a cheap fast food burger? It's In-N-Out. That's the best cheap fast food burger. Are we talking about like the mid range? Like I don't know what you would call it, but like a Five Guys. A Five Guys is not in the same category as an In-N-Out. Like those are two. Like the Five Guys is like in the same category as say like a Shake Shack, not in the same category as an In-N-Out, or like Habit Burger, not in the same category as In-N-Out. Between those three, Five Guys, Shake Shack, and Habit, probably Shake Shack.
Definitely Shake Shack.
Although Habit's fries are better. But
Which,
Shake
by the
Shack
way,
has beer. Why are we talking about hamburgers?
I do need to point something out, though. For those who don't know technical terms, you know what this shot is called that we're in right now, correct? What's the term, Jack?
What?
What's this term for the view that's on screen right now in TV terms?
3 box? I don't know.
So that means that you are a Jack in the Box.
EJ, I love you, dude. Oh man. Because
Okay.
he's in a box. It's funny.
What's in the box? Jack's in the box.
No. Don't seven me. Eric Frazier, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Eric also asked earlier in the show, why is Sawyer so wrong about bagels since he's supposedly a connoisseur? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Wait a minute. Wait, you saw the,
do you like
saw
how
the
I
titles?
chained that super chat with a comment that I saved for him in the question queue from 38 minutes ago? Do you like that? I bet you do. Echo Deal.
I don't know what that
Thank you.
means.
I appreciate the dedication.
Echo Deal, thank you for the super chat. They say dolphins roll up to the pod. Where the hell did you come from? I mean, accurate.
What is this?
It is a pod.
This
Yes,
isn't a
good
boat.
point. The
They
capsule can be a
swim up
pod.
to the capsule and they're like, man, this smells like that horrible Lockheed Martin cologne. That diabetic kid, because they made the space cologne.
I
That
don't know how many
diabetic
people are
kid-
going to get that. Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. They say at this point, Starliner will be coming online too late to even be of use to the ISS. I hope not. Neptune 88.
Clock
thanks for
is
gifting
ticking.
10 Red Team memberships. Eric Frazier again. Thank you. They say for the bailout Jack, the political prisoner fund. Yikes.
By the way,
correct.
I just want to point out in response to there we go. In response to that comment of the time's running out. Honestly, I think that NASA, as weird as this is, would probably allow for more crew changes just so that they could let them fly out the entire contract. This may be controversial, but I feel like part of it is you want to get as many astronauts up to the ISS as possible before it ends, because you have a whole brand new class of astronauts there. if we're being honest, Artemis isn't happening anytime soon, so most of them at this rate aren't going to fly for a decade. So why not get more people with spaceflight experience, get more different science up there, different scientists up there to do the research. So at that point, I feel like towards the end of the program, we're going to see a lot more crew changes as opposed to 6 month stays, maybe 3 month stays. And in doing so, you'll be able to allow Starliner, assuming they actually get to operational flights sometime soon, to complete the contract. EJ, your thoughts?
I missed halfway through it, dude. Can you just say that again? I just want some clarification.
I believe that, again, the question was, well, hope they better hurry up or else they won't be able to complete their contract. I was saying I wouldn't be surprised if NASA says, you know what, as we get towards the end of life of the ISS, let's increase the number of crew flights and crew rotations. So instead of 6 months, we maybe do 3 months, get more people up there, different scientists up there, different science done up there, and that would require more crew exchanges, which would allow Boeing to complete their contract.
Man, I don't want to disagree with that. That's really well thought out.
Well, thank you. I have
That's
to
what I
get one of
thought
those
you
every now and
said.
then.
Dang. I suppose the risk to that would be, okay, all right. If I'm going to play devil's advocate here, right, the risk to that would be like that you're increasing RPOD operations on the ISS. I mean, we saw very, very clearly that with Butch and Sonny, NASA doesn't want to send any more capsules up to the space station than they absolutely have to, right? That's why they just rotated them onto a regular rotation mission. Having constant operations in and out like of the space station like every 3 months. I mean, how are you going to couple that with supply vehicles, right? You got Cygnus, you got Dream Chaser coming, Progress. How are you gonna balance those out? Are we gonna have two craft try docking to the space station at once? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm here for it if we want to do that, but that really, I mean, Joel Montalbano in that press interview, Sawyer, that you were at, he said that like dropping a Cygnus like had ripple effects onto this. Yes, that happened. Someone dropped like the whole capsule, like dropped it and broke it. Well, we don't know if they broke it. They got to check. That actually caused a short handover. That's why Crew 10 went up, and then 3 days later, Crew 9 came right back down. Something like that is going to shuffle their operations all around. Don't you think that flying 3-month mission sounds like a good idea, but how are you going to balance that with your resupply vehicles? That's a huge industrial base that you have to actually now squeeze in. And what if something happens, right? Like what if uncrewed Dragon is up there, right? And you have a 3-month duration of it, they somebody stubs their toe or something. Like that's just a weird example. I don't know how you do that on the ISS, right? Now you're gonna get reverb in the schedule, you're gonna get ripples that's gonna screw everything up, and that will eventually displace missions anyway. I mean, good and well they have those missions planned out 2 years in advance, right? Like they have the missions basically planned right to the end of the ISS. It does sound like a good idea, and I think as a spaceflight fan, I agree with you. I want to see more capsules launch, right? But I'm not sure if that's good for ISS logistics. Jack, what do you think?
I don't know. When Sawyer had said that, it was one of those things I hadn't even thought of. Like, oh yeah, shorter crew rotation makes sense. I don't know that I have a strong opinion one way or the other. We all sort of have our own areas of expertise within the spaceflight world, and I am absolutely not an ISS expert. But I mean, it makes sense. Shorter crew rotations. There you go, bingo, bango. Perhaps that could be useful in a couple different ways, other than just having crew have to be on station for less long at a time. But yeah.
And I saw something that Tom just put in chat as well. More flights, like more U-Hauls cleaning out an apartment over a month rather than a huge Mayflower semi-rig. I mean, right now, you have Starliner that would finally be capable of down mass. It's not a lot, but you can bring some stuff back in it. Same with
Because right
Crew
now
Dragon.
they only have cargo and Crew Dragon for down mass, right?
Exactly. And it's not as much on these crew missions, but considering you fly up with a bunch of supplies and once the crew is done, they don't need to bring all of them back, you can bring more science back. So it's another way to, like you point out there, act as sort of U-Hauls and bring more science back as opposed to stuff that would have to just stay on the station otherwise and be deorbited.
Also, just you know, I'm just thinking of standard ISS ops, like, oh, our toilet's broken. We have to wait 6 months for the part to come back to fix, the toilet. Hey, now it's going to come in 3 months. Also, is this WB-57 footage of the crew capsule? I don't know
Of
if we.
Yep.
that's for Starliner's return.
I love the WB-57. It's one of the
Mhm.
coolest planes. Anyway, you guys want to do some more questiones?
Yeah, I got a fun fact about the WV-57s that
Oh, look
NASA
at the heat
uses.
shield. That was sick. Continue, please.
I know, right?
I like
It's
fun
awesome.
facts about the WB-57.
SNC made the modifications. They converted them from RB-57s to WB-57s.
Yeah,
Yeah.
SNC, the same
Sierra
company
Nevada.
that is making
Yep.
Dream Chaser.
Yep.
Well, Sierra Nevada now that's Sierra Space, but yeah,
They
It was
changed.
SNC at the
it was
time.
Right.
SNC. Yes.
Well, that is a great point, EJ. In fact, we have a related question from Gwen Ever asking, what flies next to the ISS, Starliner or Dream Chaser?
Oh, Dream
I love
Chaser.
this. I love this
Dream
question.
Chaser. Dream Chaser. Absolutely.
You know why I
I
love
mean,
this question? Because the
why?
answer is obviously Dream Chaser, and we're finally at a point where that is we've been waiting for Dream Chaser for so long. Yes. Hello. Hi. Welcome to NSF, NASASpaceflight.com YouTube channel. We love the shuttle here. We love space planes here. We're so close to Dream Chaser.
Wait,
We're
we
so
do?
close. Some of us.
Yeah.
When did
I
they
guess.
start doing this?
See,
Yeah.
I can have books too, because I'm home and I have all my books. I have all my books, EJ.
Oh,
Mine are on a shelf.
oh wow.
My camera can't turn far enough to show my bookshelf off to my side, but anyway, I'm
Somehow
actually.
a flex.
Here's the thing, though. I think it's going to be closer than we think.
Didn't they say end of the summer? Pretty sure they said end of the summer.
Right.
I'm in, dude. I want
hope so. I
shuttles.
mean,
Are you saying Dream Chaser or are you saying Starliner, Sawyer?
I
I'm
think
saying
it could actually potentially be Starliner.
what?
Huh.
I'm gonna go out there. Here's the thing. I love Dream Chaser. I want this thing to fly so bad. In case you can't tell, if you look at the last 4 articles on NASASpaceflight.com about Dream Chaser, they were all written by me because I love this vehicle so stinking much. It is such a cool design. I've been following it since the early days. I got to talk to a bunch of the engineers, one of the ISS conferences. I love the
Been
vehicle.
following it since the 60s?
Damn.
I'm old, okay? Well, not that old. Anyway.
He says to the older guy.
I was gonna say I'm the youngest one of the 3 of us, of 4 of us if you include Kevin. I'm the youngest one on here at 31.
I should not say this on air. I was at a restaurant the other night and the waitress was like, "You look just like my dad." And I was like, I'm just like,
Her dad's an influencer?
Sawyer, don't kick a man when he's down, okay?
I can't
Don't
kick
kick a
a
man when he's down, Sawyer.
I can't kick, so it's fine.
Oh God.
Anyway, back to my argument here
Can't
on
kick,
space
he
flight
said.
stuff.
He said I can't. Did you just say you can't kick?
Yeah, I did.
Oh my god.
So Starliner
Okay.
versus Dream
So
Chaser.
Okay, you
Here's
really
the thing,
think?
they've
Do you
done a
really
lot of
think that Starliner is gonna fly before Dream Chaser?
Well, here's
you
the
really
thing.
think that?
They've done a lot of work on Dream Chaser. It still has a bunch of testing to go. They still have, if you take a look at the recent article that I posted, they still have a bunch of ground testing, vibration testing. They've got to then do tow testing, things like that. It's still a decent amount of testing. Will it fly this year? I think absolutely. We will see a Dream Chaser in 2025. But given that basically since they encountered those thruster issues on orbit, they've been doing all the testing here on Earth. I believe White Sands is where they've been testing the thrusters. They were testing them to make sure if Butch and Sonny could come back on it, and NASA said no. So the research has already begun. I think that depending on what they decide to do mission-wise, we will also see another Starliner flight this year. Which of them comes first? I think both of them are going to come close to probably Q3. So, like around fall time. They could fall very close to each other. And if it comes to which of the 2 vehicles would take priority in terms of docking on orbit, I think Starliner would win over Dream Chaser.
Really?
There you go. There's your fight bell. Ding, ding.
Ding.
I got a cowbell.
That's
All
not
right.
the right. There you go. Hey, Kevin hitting the
timed.
bell. Actually, yeah, that was timed remarkably well.
All right, cool.
Anyway,
dude,
good question, Glenn.
Steve, what the hell? That's so screwed up. Anyway,
What's screwed up? I missed that.
It's not
nothing.
wrong.
Now, don't look at chat.
Oh God,
It's not wrong.
dude, Steve.
Oh my goodness.
It was completely unprompted too, I might add. Like I was just sitting there minding my business, reading the menu, and she needed to tell me, and she took out her phone and showed me a picture of her dad, who looked just like me.
I was gonna say, did he actually though?
Yes, he was even wearing like the same kind of It was bad, dude. It was
He's
bad.
wearing the same kind of beard.
Same kind of beanie. He also had the same kind of beard.
Wait, what
okay.
kind of age are we talking of the server though? Like high schooler or?
I know, but I mean I don't know. Anyways, let's move
Anyway,
on.
yeah.
Peter Calkins wants us to talk about F-47. We're not a fighter pilot
We don't,
podcast.
dude. It just came out. We don't know anything about it.
Also
we'll
that.
get back. We'll get back to you when we learn something. When we learn, because right now we know what you know. Anyway, Sawyer, with okay, I had a question. What is Dream Chaser going to be launching on?
I mean, we've got ULA rockets.
Yeah. So what is it going to be launching on? Which one?
Why am I drawing a blank all of a sudden? I wrote the dang articles.
Okay, it's
Vulcan, right? Yeah.
right?
I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
it's
it's supposed to be
Vulcan.
one of the first Vulcan payloads.
Yep, exactly. And what's Starliner going to be flying on? Atlas, right?
Yep.
Now here's the real humdinger for that. Which one is going to fly first? Here's the real humdinger.
She's a real humdinger, and I like her like that. But anyway, it's a song lyric. Devil with a blue dress. Anyway, but here's the thing.
I was going to say, well, where's the launch facilities to be able to make it? Do you think so? Vulcan is supposedly going to be stacked in a completely different vertical integration facility, one that's still under construction. You think construction for it's going to be finished by the time, Starliner and OFT is ready to go? Because if those two vehicles are going to have launch dates that are even within like a month of each other, right? You're going to need to stack two rockets at once. Can ULA even do that right now? That's an honest question.
They will be able to, but right now, no, because in fact, they had stacked the next Vulcan inside the VIF, the Vertical Integration Facility at Pad 41. And then after the observation and more things that continued, there was a different Space Force payload that I believe, or national security payload that took its place. So they had to destack Vulcan to restack an Atlas for the next launch. So they had it stacked and then had to take the whole thing apart and put an Atlas up for the next launch from 41. So yeah, I see what you're saying with that. I think it really is going to come down to which one's ready in time. And also, I think Vulcan is going to have to prove that the observation is fixed and fly another perfect mission, just to be 100% sure.
Yeah, because they didn't, guys. What Sawyer's talking about is that Vulcan flew the CERT 2 mission. That was in the CERT 2 mission. The whole premise of that mission, CERT, right, is certification for the national security space launch contracts, and they didn't get it. CERT 2, because that one of the SRB nozzles decided to liberate itself from the vehicle.
It decided to no longer be a nozzle.
I think yeet is the official term.
It yoded away from the vehicle. It got yod.
Get yachted,
Brain rot.
idiot.
Got yod. Yak.
Yeah. Actually, shout out to D-Wise who did that track of the nozzle popping off, which is still one of the gnarliest tracks I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think D and Max both got it. And fun fact of the Astro Awards, when Scott Manley was doing his DJ set, he used D's footage for that portion of his set, and that was quite delightful.
Yeah,
what are
D
we
and Max
looking
both
at
got
here?
the video, and I got the pictures of it. So the whole Cape team was on it for that.
Nice, gotta love it.
But
what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the first released render of X-47 or F-47. Sorry, F-47.
we were talking about Vulcan's observation.
I have no idea. Kevin is
Liberation, determination.
Kevin is on
solution
one
to
today,
pollution
just
is
like all of
dilution.
us.
I saw someone say earlier, it's bad when EJ is the more sane one of all of us today.
I actually I saw that go by too, and I meant to call it out. Someone was like, "Oh God, EJ is the sane one this week."
Hey, how you doing?
Oh yeah, it's right here from Greg. Ah, thank you for the super chat, Greg.
What's up, Greg?
But
How
anyway,
you doing?
you were saying, EJ.
So, okay, you know, if these vehicles, if their processing flow for these vehicles is even going to get like, somewhat coincide even by a month, you can't stack 2 rockets at once. So, I mean, dude, isn't okay, guys? Chat. Also, refresh my memory here. Also, yeah, the F-47 has canards, and I hate it. I hate canards. Canards are stupid. Um, yes, I'm gonna invite that
What the,
argument into
no,
chat.
no,
I don't
Canards
care.
rule. What the heck's wrong with you? Canards rule.
Canards
XP70.
are
XP70.
okay. That's a good exception. That's fair.
Get
That's
out.
fair.
Get out.
That's fair. No,
Canards rule.
no, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
They're terrible.
Yeah. Technically, Starship has canards. I mean, you could easily call the forward flaps canards.
They are flapperons, Jack.
They
are
are
not
not
canards.
flapperons. They are not
They
even
are
close to flapperons.
They are flapperons. Yeah,
Down
canards
comer.
have their place in aircraft design, Rocket Guy. Yeah, you know that place? It's called the dumpster. Got a word for that.
I can't believe you don't like canards.
Canards are for people that can't design fighter planes.
Well, okay. Okay. First off, XB-70 is a bomber. Second off, you know what else
Thanks
has
for
canards?
proving my point.
You know what else has canards?
Who cares? Because they're stupid. What else, Jack?
A whole bunch of scaled composites and Burt Rutan designs that are super cool. You're gonna tell me you're gonna look at like one of those old Starship like carbon composite things with the inverted wing design and the canards up front. You're gonna tell me you don't like that?
Bro, give me an F-15. All right.
Yo, okay,
Yeah,
okay. What
F-15.
you just said,
can't
what I
beat-
just
you
said
can't-
was, would you like really nice thing? And you said, yes, I would like Genie Lamp that grants infinite wishes. Yes, we would all love Genie Lamp. I would love F-15. We don't have F-15 at home. We have Beechcraft. we have Burt Rutan scaled composites aircraft with canards on them.
Why would you want this?
You just can't get an F-15. Can you get an F-15?
All right,
All right,
fine. You want a plane that's in the price range? Give me a Cessna 172. That doesn't have canards. You know why? Because it doesn't need it, because it was superiorly engineered.
If I was rich, I would buy you a Cessna 172 on the stipulation that you had to have canards on it.
Why would you want to add something to it that makes it worse?
To make you upset. Were you making an actual point before we started yelling about canards?
More like
because
canards,
this is
more
just
like
out of gas.
More like cantards, not canards.
Okay. So with ULA, with Vulcan, and Dream Chaser, Atlas V Starliner, it really comes down to whichever one's at the Cape. I mean, Jack, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure Dream Chaser is already at the Cape. Is it not? I'm pretty sure it's there.
It is.
So, I mean, that speaks. I mean, then again, Starliner's in the C3PF. It's also at the Cape. So, I'm still saying Dream Chaser. Sorry, I'm still saying Dream Chaser.
Because
canards are stupid.
how much more testing does Starliner technically have to go through? It doesn't have to be shaken anymore. It doesn't have to be literally towed out onto the runway and tugged.
Doesn't have to be stirred.
Yeah, don't go stirring the Lios, but yeah, it's feel like there's still a lot more testing. If it was Dream Chaser's second flight, I feel like Dream Chaser would be the clear winner. But given the fact that you've got a bunch of testing that's already technically been done for the reflight of Starliner, but there's still so much brand new testing that needs to be done before the first flight of Dream Chaser. That's why I think that there's potentially a slight edge to Starliner.
Yeah,
Right, well, that's
I don't
logical.
know, man.
That's rational.
The only time I'm ever going to be logical or rational. You're welcome.
Flawed perspective in chat says you cannot put canards on a on a Cessna 172. Flawed perspective. That sounds like a flawed perspective to me.
Oh, got him!
Okay.
Also, there was no poll about was that a bagel earlier, but there is a poll now. You're NASA. Who would you put your faith into? Dream Chaser, Starliner, or Stupid Rocket, aka Ares 1?
Dream Chaser,
see-
baby.
Also, what do you
Yeah.
mean by put your faith into? That's very vague. Is it which flies first? Because I've had my faith more so in Dream Chaser. But of the two that would actually fly first, I feel like it would potentially be Starliner. So that's why it's very vague poll. And technically, Ares 1 flew before all of them, but that was Ares 1X and it was stupid.
Ah!
Disagree.
Ah!
Looked stupid, okay?
Ah! No!
Disagree. EJ, a rebuttal?
I like Ares 1. I like it. I think it's a superior vehicle. It's great. It's awesome. I'm not even being sarcastic. I think it's amazing. You know what else is amazing? All these people linking all the. They put canards on an F-15.
No.
They put canards on
are
a
amazing. Canards are amazing. I'm not going to
They put all this stuff on it. Yeah, and then they used it once. You know why? Because it was dumb.
EJ, you're so wrong about canards. I don't know.
I am not.
I don't know why. Like
You don't know me. You don't know my experiences.
I wish just because Kerbal has done you wrong when you tried to put canards on an aircraft doesn't mean canards are bad. Okay, dude.
He brought out the Kerbal argument.
Okay, dude. You know,
That's not how that went down at all. You judgmental person.
I am not even assuming that it went any kind of certain way. I'm just
Canards.
saying.
People put canards on their crafts in Kerbal and then ask me like, "Oh, this didn't work. I put canards on it and it made it fly better." It's like, yeah, you put canards on it because you couldn't engineer a good enough airplane.
Yeah, I get it. They
Boom.
put liftings,
I
but
never
they
put
moved their
canards
center
on
of
nothing.
lift closer to their center of mass with the canards, and so the plane flies
I never
better. It was
narked
just a
on
bad design.
nobody.
I'm not saying Kerbal canards are always good. I'm just saying canards in general can be a cool design element. Can we at least agree on that? Because you did say the XB-70 was a good counter argument. Can we at least agree?
On bombers, I don't have a problem. On fighters, make a better airplane.
What is a flying wing if not a giant canard?
What?
What is a flying wing if not a giant canard?
Well, they have different names, so it's got to be different.
Just ruin my fun.
Don't worry, we will remove the canards from the environment.
They're outside of the environment.
They are outside of the environment.
Oh, I hope we get another opinion on this. Just saying.
I do wish I knew more science things and not just push button on camera, because I like canards. Not always. I'm not saying they're always. Oh God. Oh,
Here he is.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yes,
Oh no.
my
Oh,
guy.
no. I'm scared. I have to go.
You know that canard is French for cheating, right? You know
Boom!
that? It means duck. It's actually duck in French, but there's an entire thing about French canard. The word canard is another word for a ruse or a cheat.
Yes.
And that's exactly what canards on planes are. If you can't make a plane fly, you can put some canards on it so your plane will fly. And that's why all of the crazy designs by Burt Rutan are all wacky. But also, if Kerbal Space Program was around when Burt Rutan was growing up, he would have made some crazy Kerbal stuff. Because that's what he made in real life. So, an argument that Burt Rutan designs use canard is not exactly a good argument saying, oh yeah, well, the plane should have canards. Are they kind of
okay,
cool
whoa,
on wacky
whoa.
planes?
Rebuttal,
Sure.
rebuttal.
Are they good? No.
Rebuttal. Where did I say they were good? I just said they're cool and can be a cool design element. And you, I think, agree with me. I think you agree with me that Burt Rutan / Scaled Composites designs in general look cool. Oh God, is Chris here?
This just in, things that are cool are not good, according to Jack.
Not always.
Ooh.
Often cool things are actually pretty stupid. Remember when big pants were popular in the 90s? Everyone was wearing pants that were like tents. Those were cool. They were not good. Is that a horse?
Did Chris join too?
No, I think that's meant to be your picture, Toss.
You're a horse.
I'm a horse. Oh, I'm a
Much
apparently
like
a horse.
much
Yeah,
like
sorry.
Chris much like Kristen Shaw, you're a horse.
Nay,
Nobody will
nay.
get that joke.
Are canards good? Nay, they are not.
Oh.
This is the
Punch
best
Much
show ever.
spoken.
This is the best show we've ever
That was
done.
for you, Sawyer.
I
No, but
appreciate
for
it.
real.
Thank you.
Jack, look, to explain the reason EJ and I are sort of against canards is because when you're building things in Kerbal and trying to learn how to actually design a plane with real
No,
functions
I
of
get it.
flight. No,
I get
time
it.
out. Like, if you can't get your plane to work, you just slap some canards on it and it'll do whatever you want. Right? So in Kerbal, they're like a crutch. right? Because the Kerbal aerodynamics are so freaking, we like to use air quotes around this, inspired by real physics. And that's a stretch, honestly. Yes, EJ's got me there. So the reason we're so against it is because too many people, instead of actually learning how the basics of
Yes.
aerodynamics work, they'll just slap canards on it and be like, check out my cool blade.
Oh,
Yeah,
Right.
what did I say like 15 minutes ago to EJ? And everyone was like, oh, he brought up Kerbal. Look, I know. You're basically Kerbal tech support guys to all of your friends and associates, and you've been hurt
Including
by
you,
people
Mr.
coming to
Stranded
you
Kerbals around
over
the sun.
and over and over again with crafts with crappy canards. Don't make that the reason that you hate canards. I'm not justifying canards everywhere, always, forever. I just think they can be cool. And because both of you have been hurt by associates playing Kerbal Space Program and putting canards where they shouldn't go, doesn't mean canards are bad. Like,
I love the
understand.
backpedaling. Oh, I'm just saying they're kind of cool.
I just think
You
they're
know,
kind of neat.
Canards are okay. I mean, you can have a
They
canard,
can be.
you
They
know?
can be okay. Sometimes.
Literally French for cheating. Thank you. Goodbye.
Oh,
By the
that
way,
was the best. That's the best thing that's ever happened.
I learned how to build planes in Kerbal from Das and EJ, so I'm very much in the no canard group.
Yeah, I was gonna say I learned how to not suck at Kerbal from watching Das, but I'm bad at Kerbal. So I learned how to be less bad at Kerbal by
Yeah,
Das.
remember who
Das's
won the
help.
KSP2 moon race? Just saying, when it first came out of NSF. This guy.
what?
Was it you?
It was this guy.
Was
Wait,
that the stream?
You guys played Kerbal without me?
This is when Kerbal 2 came out. Were you NSF back
You guys
then?
played Kerbal 2 without me?
You weren't with NSF then, that's why.
I think Moldy Space was even on that stream. That was
Hey.
a good one.
Hey,
Oh no.
hey. And let me tell you about that thing you were holding up calling a bagel.
Yes!
Are you serious?
No, I'm leaving. Bye.
It's a bagel. You don't make me take it out again. I'll take it out again. So help me God, it's right here, guys. I got a prop bagel today for a reason.
3-1.
Also, it's delicious.
It's
That's
also
also the
shame-
reason.
It's a shame what KSP2 became, but yes, that was a stream on the day that KSP2 was released, and we all had hopes and dreams before they were completely crushed. But
I still haven't even played KSP2.
don't, it's
Good.
fine. But still, lunar race winner, baby.
Sawyer,
Oh, I
how
would've
many times
thrashed
do
on
you
your
need to
Roy
flex?
All the
Before,
times.
okay, all right, that's fair. Oh my God, there's a new poll. Is
Hey,
Jack in
guess what?
tatters over his bagels and canards opinions? No, Jack speaks the truth.
Yes, walk of shame.
Bro, I'd
All right.
rather have an F4 than a Eurofighter. Let me put it to you like that.
I would. Oh my God, I would love an F4. Are you kidding me? I would love an F4. Can a Eurofighter even go Mach 2 plus?
I don't know.
Pretty sure an F4
I don't
can,
care, it
although
has
you
canards,
might
who
need to
cares?
re-engine it after. Anyway,
Just gonna sip and enjoy.
let's wrap up a couple more questions, do some support, and then move on to the next topic, as if we actually have a list of topics we're going to adhere to. How about that?
Sure.
I'm here for it. Let's do it.
I can't believe Das came and yelled at us about canards. Mostly me.
That's my guy right there.
Look, just because you've both been hurt doesn't mean canards are bad. I'm sticking to it. Meow Let's Play is asking, when is Crew 10 departing the station? So Crew 10 just arrived. So what? They'll be there for like 6 months?
Yeah, there's 6 months stay. They'll be down in what is it? Like August, I think is what they said.
And then that becomes the question next of what flies after that. Is it Crew 11 or Starliner 1? So it's all going to come down to that. So we'll see. We'll see if they also end up keeping it in August or if they shift it based off of the readiness of Boeing vehicle.
Wait, I just realized. EJ, were you saying you want the F4 over the Eurofighter because the Eurofighter has canards?
Yeah.
And I agreed with you just because the F4 rules.
Yeah. Yes.
More
I was
like Alt
"All right,
F4.
all right."
Ayo.
All right. Moving on. Stefan is asking, anyone excited about ISAR? Get Aerospace getting ready for their first orbital launch attempt from European soil. First
Heck
launches are
yeah.
always cool. So, yes.
Go Europe, I guess. Even though I'm American, I will say go Europe.
More rockets, more better. The
That's a
Outer
good way to put it.
Limits. The Outer Limits says, hope this hasn't been asked yet, but where in the queue are the 2 retired from the Crew 9 foursome to make way for the rescue mission duo. Thanks. The 2 astronauts that got bumped for Butch and Sonny.
Xena Cardman and what was the name of the second mission specialist? I forget her name. Oh boy. All right. I'm looking it up.
I gotcha. I knew it at one point too. It was Xena Cardman and Stephanie Wilson.
That's who it was. Yeah, there you go. I think they're gonna fly on 12. Just personal opinion. I think they're just moving them to 12 and going from there. What do you guys think? That's what makes the most sense. They're already trained. You might as well. And I know what people are going to say. Well, why didn't you fly? Or not 12, 11. Excuse me. Sorry, I can't count. I think they're just going to move them to 11 because 10 was already deep into the training for that mission, so they didn't want to bump again. If you leapfrog it, you only bump once.
11 or 12? I mean, I guess
11. I think 11. Sorry, I couldn't math.
No, I know. I'm wondering if it could even potentially be Crew 12, but I think they're very high up on the list. This reminds me a bit of the incident with Soyuz, where you had Nick Hague getting involved in all of this again on his first flight, having the abort mid-flight. He flew, what was it, 2 missions later? 2 Soyuzes later, or 3 Soyuzes later? I forget which, but I think we see the same thing here. They were scheduled to fly, they didn't make it, so they already have crews that are training for the next ones. So rather than bump someone else from a different crew, which I have a feeling there's already a crew 11 that was selected ahead of time and that had been training together for over a year, I could see maybe them working on crew 12.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's whatever crew hasn't been assigned on the next flight. They basically got bumped to the back of the line there, which kind of sucks. And also, I don't know if you guys remember when Crew 9 launched with Nick and Alexander on it. They had Xena Cardman and Stephanie Wilson there, and they showed their one of the NASA PAOs was like, "Hey, how does it feel to not be on that spaceship?"
My God.
It's so messed up. Guys, I'm telling you, go watch that. It's like, wait, what do you...
It hurts.
Why would you ask this right now?
It hurts.
And a reminder that Xena Cardman, who was supposed to command the mission, this was supposed to be her first flight. She had never flown into space before, and now you've got the commander being bumped not only out of the commander's seat, but out of the mission, and then being asked, so, how does it feel to not fly?
Dude, it's so screwed up. Go watch that. It's like NASA, why did you do that? That's so screwed up, dude.
It's like,
It's
the Super Bowl losing. The Super Bowl has just concluded.
Yeah.
Like, the clock is buzzing.
Yeah.
The reporter goes over to the losing team and is like, "That sucks. How do you feel?" And it's just like,
oh, I feel great. Thanks.
Not even.
Thanks, man.
It's like the reporter goes and grabs the losing quarterback, grabs their head, tilts it towards the celebrating other team's quarterback, and is like, "How does it feel to not feel that good right now?" What are you doing?
Yeah, dude, you're saying space media questions. Dude, it wasn't even space media. NASA, a NASA PAO asked them this. It was NASA. It was like on the webcast.
So it was a ref. So it was a ref that did it.
It was the ref.
Yep.
It's brutal. So screwed up.
That is brutal.
I mean, the two of them were there in Houston when the crew arrived back, so it was a nice little greeting there. But that was a big oof.
Oh man. Good question from the Outer Limits. Let me thank some people and let's move on to the next topic of discussion. How about it? Does that sound good? Do we concur?
Yikes, you bet.
We do need more of this.
We do need more support because holy cow, we do so much here and we can't do it without your support. Laser Tech, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Again, if you are a member and you're in the Discord, you can get in on the pre-show and post-show to this show, which rule. Pre-show and post-show are so fun. If you think this is chaotic, boy howdy, you have no idea.
Especially 2 minutes before show and Jack still hasn't written the cold open.
Yeah, I mean today I didn't even finish writing the cold open. It was like a string of words that I sort of read. Anyways, the pre-show and post-show exist. It's part of one of the many perks we give to the membership program. So LaserTech, thank you for gifting Red Team memberships. You don't get pre-show and post-show at Red Team level, but you do get a bunch of other cool perks. Also, I probably shouldn't say this out loud, but EJ, don't you go live on your Twitch with the pre-show?
Not with the pre-show, with the post-show. The pre-show has the timer.
Well,
Yeah.
there is a way to watch on your Twitch and get some without being a member, but you really should be a
Little
member.
teaser.
But, yeah,
we
yeah,
do a little teaser
taste.
thing.
Well, you're like
Incentive.
You're like
Taste.
Salt Bay, but like with space content. That's what Salt Bay did, right? Yeah.
Ew. Yeah, but
It's such an outdated reference. Yet again, proving I'm old. Alex Vaughn, proving that you're cool. Thank you for the $10 super. They say, any word on what's going on with ULA? Nearly through first quarter and not even a date for their first launch. What is this? Why are we doing this? We don't need to do this.
early.
What
GIF,
was
I
that
think.
question? We gifting?
Early GIF. Teasers,
my
I
name's Kevin, and
guess.
I put up the rug seed. Sorry. Oh, thanks, Kevin.
Oh my god, the Kevin impression. Oh my god.
Yes. Oh, yes.
That
we were
was
working
better.
on
You
impressions
were
of
closer.
our.
He's
Yes.
gonna.
We've
he's
been
gonna
working on
kill me.
impressions of our producers here behind the scenes who operate everything. Jay and Kevin both got some very good impressions from EJ in the pre-show.
Yes.
Hey, I think we got some really good ones.
No.
Mike
No.
closer to mouth, and you're like 98% of the way there.
Wait, Kevin? Hang on. We need Kevin talking to Kevin.
No.
Kevin, are you there?
Yes.
I'm not. No.
Yes, please.
That is not my voice.
That is absolutely. You sound exactly like this.
This is
That
the
is
best
totally
thing.
not my voice.
It is your voice.
It is pretty close.
No, it's not.
Sorry. I'm sorry. What was the next question?
I can't breathe.
I mean, people always tell you to stop making breathing noises, so that now we know how to do it.
Oh my god. RC Horseman, thank you for gifting 10 red team members.
Oh, wait, somebody asked the question. What was the question?
What question?
Like,
You just Kevin to Kevin. Oh, that's good.
all right.
What was the question? It's gone now because I ruined the panel.
Hang on. Let me pull up the stream and jump back a second and see if we had it on screen.
But thank you, RCs, just the same. I'm looking forward to the day that your voice is able to trick Jay. Because once you're good enough to trick Jay into thinking that you're Kevin, dude.
So
think of the chaos that we can cause.
By the way, the question was any word on what's going on with ULA nearly through first quarter and
Right.
not even a date for their first launch from Alex
Oh,
Vaughn.
yeah, no, that's actually a super good question. They're scaling. That's what's going on. They're retooling their entire production base to be able to accommodate instead of one core like every 3 months. Now they're scaling to like one core every 2 weeks. That's why we haven't seen it. They're completely retooling everything and for ramping up. This is in anticipation of ULA flying a lot. Because I mean, basically, come summertime, Vulcan should be flying not as much as Falcon 9, but I'm thinking like, I mean, I don't know. What are we thinking, guys? Like 4 times a month or something? It's going to launch a lot. What?
Why? Why? That's not
I
currently at the bunkhouse in
I
Starbase.
just wanted to put you in a hat.
Wearing the tinfoil hat to answer this question, huh?
Oh, Kevin's trying to get you to do voices. Kevin's trying to get you to do the voice. That's what he's trying to get back at me.
Which voice?
The Morty voice.
Oh, geez, guys. Oh, my truck broke again. I better have EJ come fix it. That one?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, the ULA is scaling up. They're almost done. Tori Bruno actually posted on social media pictures from inside a Decatur. Dude, there is Atlas 5s, Vulcans, Centaurs just lined up for miles. It's actually pretty cool. I was like, I do like that. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, trying to see if we can get the pictures for
Pretty
Kevin.
awesome.
But
all right.
I mean, I don't
yeah,
even. It's just tinfoil hat me.
Yeah, Sawyer, you linked it up. There's that. Yeah, by popular demand. There's Vulcan cores, Atlas 5s, Centaur 5s, 2 different variants of Centaur 5, like in various processing flows. There's the Centaur 3 that's ready to go. That's really it. That's why we haven't seen anything from ULA in a while. Like, oh yeah, there you go. There's a picture of one Vulcan. Can you to the next one? Yeah, there we go. It's cropping the picture, but there's more
Did you forget
centaurs
the
to the
word
right.
swipe or scroll?
Uh, yeah. Oh, look.
Swipe. Yeah, let's do that.
Oh, dude, look at. There's gotta be. There's 4 Vulcan cores in that picture and 4 Atlas 5s. That's
Beautiful.
money.
It's beautiful. I mean, it is literally money.
That's money right there.
Which
See what I'm talking about? That's
I'm
what
definitely-
ULA has been doing. Now, you guys cast your mind back to 2019. SpaceX went through the same thing before they ramped up to Block 5. You remember in 2019, they didn't launch very much. They launched like the least amount of times that they had launched in the last 5 years prior or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, that was part of, I think, the great
Yep.
Vandy like gap. There was
Yep.
like an 18-month or 2-year time span in like
Yep.
between 2018 and like 2020, somewhere in there where
Between
there
Iridium
was
9.
just- yeah,
Yep.
because
Mhm.
SpaceX finished Iridium exactly. They
Yep.
hadn't started just shooting Starlinks off left and right yet, and ULA was like, "Yep,
Mhm.
we're standing down to convert this pad for Vulcan Slick 3." So there was just
Yep.
Yep.
nothing.
Dude, look, they're in that shot of the Centaur processing area. You got 2 Centaur 5s stacked up right next to each other, but one of them has a lower mass fraction. It's also smaller. It's a stubby Centaur 5. So not stubby nozzle, stubby stage.
Stubby Centaur
there.
good. Stubby nozzle
That-
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, I can go. Yeah, I can get behind that. That's fine.
bad. We need to get
Um,
Max to weigh in on the next time he's on, but I think we can all agree.
Yeah, it's Max, and don't
Yeah.
worry about that. Anyway,
I mean,
don't
as a
worry about it.
member of the Bald Guy Committee, I do have to take his thoughts and wishes into consideration. Otherwise, I'm going to get an earful the next meeting on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Okay.
It's supposed to be Monday.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
What
join us
meetings
in
are
the
you going
meeting
to?
Tuesday, Jack. You'll totally be on time.
I said Bald Guy meeting, Sawyer, not production meeting. You wouldn't know about the Bald Guy meeting, Mister. I have my hair still.
You're right. That's all natural.
Just give it a couple years, buddy. Just give it a couple years. One of us. One of us.
No, I'm good, man.
One of us. One of us.
Anyway, but also
Anyway.
So,
didn't.
Do we all three just anyway?
Anyway, yes.
Any whoozleby.
oh no.
But
Anyway,
oh
so,
yes, thank
yeah,
you, Jeremy.
ULA is scaling. They're scaling everything up, and just like SpaceX had that lull in 2019 where they expended a bunch of Falcon 9 Block 4s. Remember, everyone's like, "What are they doing? Oh no, they expended another one. It's got no legs." You know, like there's a lull right now, but they have missions out the wazoo for Project Kuiper. They have 9 Atlas missions for Project Kuiper. There's
9
the 5
Atlas
Star.
missions?
yeah.
9 missions.
Oh yeah, yeah. And there's 5,
Thank
and
you,
then there's
Sawyer.
the 5 Atlas 5s for Starliner. I think the total amount of Vulcans that they need to produce over the next couple of years is like 38. That is a huge amount of rockets. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of rockets. That's good.
Non-reusable ones.
Oh no. Smart reuse is being incorporated into the design, man.
I'll believe
What do
it
you
when
mean?
I see it. I'll believe it when I see it.
What do you mean? They have test articles. They have the working test articles.
Yeah,
They use
and,
Lofted
and
as the
Blue
demonstrator.
Origin has made a Jarvis test tank for a notional reusable upper stage. That doesn't
Whoa,
mean
whoa,
I'll believe it when I see it.
Whoa! Wait a
It's
minute.
easy
wait a
to
minute.
make a test article and talk a big game. In
What
ULA's
was
case, they
Lofted?
have in ULA's case they have flown hardware like the heat shield and stuff. So I'll give them that. I'll believe when they actually start making noises about doing smart reuse. I will believe that they're actually going to actually do it. Until
It's
then,
built into the design, homie.
I mean, is it?
Yes.
Is
Of
it?
course it is.
Is it
You
though?
don't just retrofit a separation mechanism into your thrust structure. That had to have been implemented at least by PDR. Like, there's no way you design Vulcan and then be like, yeah, we're just gonna take its pants off later. It's fine. Like,
I mean,
that's
yes, that is fair. You know, I'll happily be wrong when they start dropping the engine sections off of Vulcans and making noises about trying to recover them. I will eat my proverbial hat. But
Come on, be
I don't
Peter
know.
Beck and do a real hat.
yeah.
but yeah,
Or
I
you
don't
could
know.
just eat another one of those bagels. Like, I mean, you could just pretend it's like a
I've got
rotten
another
potato.
one. I've got another one right here. Don't make me take it out again.
Take it out. That's not the own you think it is. It looks like a rotten potato.
Someone in the pre-show called it like that horrifying SpongeBob burger.
That was me. It looks awful.
But anyway, also, didn't you all like kind of do like a sort of roundtable thing with an update on where they're at? And they've got all of the upcoming Kuiper missions. Didn't they give an update, EJ? Kind of recently. I'm trying to recall.
I don't think they gave one recently, but this was most of this information that I got is from the block buy that Amazon did for Project Kuiper launches. There's 12 new Glenn, 16 Ariane 6, 38 Vulcans, 9 Atlas, and believe it or not, 2 Falcons. Yep, that's right. Falcon 9 is going to launch Project Kuiper because the Amazon shareholders stated that Amazon is financially, their fiduciary responsibility is to get the lowest provider, and Falcon 9 is the lowest provider. So some Project Kuiper launches are going to be launching on Falcon. I think that's funny.
That's totally normal. It's fine.
It's fairly amusing.
That's pretty funny.
It's
Yeah,
fairly
but either way, that's a lot of hardware, man. That's a lot of hardware. Just saying.
I did not expect the ULA question to get this much discussion, but no, it's like a genuinely good question, and it's nice to sort of take stock.
That you accidentally bumped off screen after 3 seconds.
You know, Sawyer.
It's because he was being told.
Aforementioned statement about not kicking a man when he's down.
Aforementioned statement about kicking. Anyway.
What are we doing with our lives?
Hosting the Flame Trench right here at the NSF and plugging our shirts and stuff that we're wearing at shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
Really, Sawyer? You're going to use that for a merch plug? Really,
and
dude?
promoting the socials like we're supposed to on Facebook, Instagram, X,
man, dude.
Threads, Blue Sky, TikTok. Did I get it all out of the way in time?
Great job, dude.
Yes,
A+.
merch
Hey,
plug.
look, calendars are still a thing, too.
Oh, yeah,
I can't
but,
even.
We're both wearing our Thrust Collection shirts unintentionally. That happened, and also you'll notice we're starting to try and incorporate into the shop actual people wearing the merch. So, yes.
That one was my idea. The booster, have you hug your booster shirt. That was my idea.
Oh,
yes.
wait, no. Show us the orange one. Show us the orange one.
It's orange.
It's orange. You could say, put that one in the big bag, Gino.
Is
big
that
bag
you
or
and
mixed
Dan?
bag?
I thought it was big bag.
Is that you and Dan?
Did Kevin just zoom in on my gut? What's wrong with you, Kevin?
Hey,
No!
and he's not going to zoom in on Dan's, but yeah,
Why?
just yours. There we
No,
go.
Dan, no, come on. What,
Jack,
what
that's
are
Jack's
you
dad
doing,
right
dude?
there.
This is the
Jack.
worst merch plug we've ever done.
Look at Jack and his father right there. Isn't that great?
To be clear, if you
Like
aren't...
father, like son.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Oh my god, dude. To be
Yeah,
clear,
we're trying to-
if you haven't ever gotten the joke, Dan is not my real dad, but he is my Starbase dad. Hi, Dan, if you're watching.
But yeah, we've been trying to add actual NSF team members wearing the merch into the shop. So if you keep checking regularly, there's a chance you may see us out in the field now wearing some of the merch. It's always fun to take a look and see who's modeling what. I don't know if the ones from Max and D are in yet, but we're adding to it.
That one shot with Dan and I was actually like, it's supposed to be me choking Dan and Dan choking me, like Homer and Bart. But they didn't want to use that one in the store, so they used the one where we looked relatively normal instead.
Oh, look at that! Look at that guy! Look at that
handsome
beard!
fella! Look at that handsome fella!
Look at how happy he is.
Neat. This is the most
why he's
ham-fisted
happy?
merch plug we've ever done.
Because he's got a shirt. Look at that shirt.
Because he's got a shirt.
There's
Look at
D.
D. Look at how
Hey,
happy
it's
they
D.
are.
Look
Isn't
how
that
happy
great?
he is!
Finally, yay!
Yay!
D's loving that Merlin shirt. Loving it.
They are rocking it. See, rocket it. Kevin gets it.
Man. All right.
Hang on, I'm being asked about bagels by Chris B in the back channel. Obviously, this takes precedence over the show.
Also, I'd like to point
Can
out
I?
that the pinned comment from Chris Bergen is, "You two could look like Jack and Sawyer, not EJ with merch from our store."
Only EJ can look like EJ. I mean, just look at that face.
Well, no, he's also not wearing any of our merch
Yeah, but look at that face. It could launch 1,000 starships.
and explode all of them. Yes.
Probably has in Kerbal. Hey, nice. All right.
It's
you know
good,
what?
right?
We're
It's
we're
good.
48 minutes behind on support.
All right. Support
So,
us, Jack.
That's what I was gonna do until Sawyer decided to just throw a merch plug in there. But yeah, Crafty
You're
Geek
welcome.
is asking. I know Scott Kelly holds the record for longest continuous time on station. Do we know where Butch and Sonny's time on station ranks amongst their peers?
He
I
does
mean,
not actually.
Mm-mm.
go on.
Skelly does not. Sawyer, do it.
I'm trying to pull. I had a chart up the other day. Here we go.
got a
International
spreadsheet?
Space Station record holders. Number one, Frank Rubio with 371 days during a single space flight. And again, this is not cumulative. This is during a single space flight. Mark Vandehei had 355. Scott Kelly had 340. Christina Cook had 328. Peggy Whitson had 289. And then Butch and Sonny come in at 286. So they are actually tied for sixth longest, not even the actual longest.
Neat.
Who spent the most amount of time in space, Sawyer, out of anybody?
Americans, that would be Peggy Whitson with 675 total days, including
Word.
NASA and Axiom.
Cool. What about on the Russian side of things?
I don't know. It's the NASA article. They don't care about Roscosmos.
Okay.
Boo.
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
I think
that
Gennady
would
still
be,
has
oh,
it.
who was it that hold? I'm trying to think, because the record for the longest ever single space flight is still held by a Russian from the Mir days, if I remember rightly.
Sergei Krikalev, man. We met him.
I know.
Remember that?
Of course, I remember. We met him. We met him. We met
was gonna
Katie
say.
Coleman.
All right, so
Yeah.
this is the flex trench now. I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
So you guys can just
Yeah, go eat your lack of bagel. It's fine.
Hey, do you know where the astronauts are? Well, Sawyer and I we'll just check it out.
Yeah, we can just point to them. It's fine.
Yeah. Are they over there?
I don't know.
Are they over there?
That way. That way.
Where are they? I don't know.
Man,
Jack, please
What?
help us.
What happened this week?
I don't know.
Apparently not a lot, because we only got through 2 topics.
Also, why gifts? Like, stop turning me into gifts.
No, don't stop.
All right, fine. Gino, thank you for the support, even if it's for the Kilt Fund. Leonard, thank you for buying a Max print. They say thanks NSF for all you do. For us tank watchers, love you guys. Keep on rocking. We will. Thank you for the support.
Didn't you
Max-
miss me, Jack?
I know, definitely. What? Hi,
Did
I
you
miss
miss me?
Jack.
Kevin.
I haven't done a flame trench all month.
I don't think I have either.
Oh, so you didn't miss me.
I missed me.
Okay, bye.
All right,
Wait,
I'll
really?
listen
That was
later.
it? That's why you're gonna come in? Hello.
The voice of
Hello?
God has left. Leave a message after the tone.
If you've ever
he's not
seen
here, Jack.
Real Genius, EJ, have you ever seen Real Genius? Classic '80s movie.
Bro.
There's a B1, lasers.
Yeah, of course, dude.
Popcorn.
The popcorn, yeah.
Liquid
Yeah, of course
nitrogen.
I know.
I thought you were
Val
talking about
Kilmer.
the old Bud Light commercials, the real men of genius.
No, not that. Ew. No, Real Genius. Every time, no, I'm just gonna shut you down, Sawyer. Every time
No.
Kevin, every time Kevin talks in our ears, I feel like I'm Kent from Real Genius. Just every time. Like 5 people will get that reference, but if you don't get that reference, maybe you should watch Real Genius. Also, it's an '80s movie, and some things in it don't really hold up super great. But
Yeah.
hey, it's an '80s movie.
Do you know what 80s movie really holds up?
All of them.
Yes. No. War games. You guys ever see War
Yes.
Games?
Would you like to play a nice game of chess?
Shall we play a game? How about a nice game of chess?
We're talking about
That
playing
was-
war games with China or something.
I don't
here
know.
Now?
I don't know why I'm ever surprised by your impressions. I don't know why I'm surprised. Literally every time I'm like, "That's spot on! Oh my god!" It's like I shouldn't be incredulous at this point.
Yeah.
Are these
Yeah.
what modern war games with China? Because China has been doing
Sawyer,
some
stop
stuff.
trying to
China.
shoehorn the joke in. It didn't work the
That
first
wasn't
time.
a joke.
Oh, sorry.
No, because what's next on our run sheet?
I'm really good at this. Just talk.
You just got got, Jack.
I have failed all of you.
EJ, you want to take this one?
So China is looking to make a 10-meter modular space telescope. I'm not, dude. I totally don't know where they got this idea. That is a totally unique idea for wanting to do that with that sun shield and the solar panels on it in the sun shield to make sure that they're not blocking your primary or like heating your primary mirrors.
I've never seen anything like that.
That's ingenious. That's a really good idea. I kind of wish we had it.
I wish we had something like that operational right now.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
Imagine putting out like the Lagrange 2.L2. That'd be cool.
Oh,
yeah, no, I think
yeah.
dude, it's a really good idea.
Think about like all the science you could do with something like that.
Yeah, you could see deep into the universe. No,
And
okay, so
imagine going $10 billion over budget on it too. Oh,
Oh,
yeah. Whoa.
Bad news, everyone.
Bad news. So China wants to work on building a 10-meter, satellite that's somewhat comparable to James Webb. Now, I don't know if you guys noticed, there's some things on this that's not like James Webb, like that big beam that's kind of sticking out the top there,
Right.
for the reflector.
Right.
That China actually wants to launch 2 Long March 5s and assemble this thing on orbit and then move it somewhere. I would, that, because James Webb wasn't, complicated enough. Let's just make it more complicated by putting EOR into its mission profile. That's fine. It'll be fine.
EOR,
So, yeah,
Orbit Rendezvous.
Yeah. Launching it on multiple missions instead of launching it in one shot. That's good luck, dude. I and I mean this with the utmost sincerity. Good luck with that. Like, I really hope that works because that's a very complicated mission.
I mean, genuinely, I've always lamented, probably on stream many times even, like, we have one Hubble Space Telescope. It has a 2 something meter mirror.
Yes,
And
2 point something.
I think it's 2.2, 2.3. Don't quote me. And the reason it has that specific size of mirror is because we already had manufacturing heritage built up in the US for those size mirrors for use in spy satellites. So for one Hubble Space Telescope, we have how many keyhole and hexagon and gambit and etc. spy satellites with the same mirror, different optical tube assembly. Those are the ones that were gifted to NASA, right, by NRO. Anyway, more space telescopes are more better. Like, yeah, we started off the segment by joking about how it looks like James Webb. I'm with you, EJ. In all sincerity, like, good luck. Please let that work because more giant space observatories, more science is only a good thing. But yeah, that sounds devilishly complicated with the Earth orbit rendezvous. Although, China's kind of killing it, man. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to be able to do it. I don't know. You're giving me side eye. Why are you giving me side eye?
How are you gonna get these 2 long marches near each other? How's that gonna work?
We'll put a negative bar magnet on one. Put
Okay,
a positive
yeah. So you don't know. You don't know. All right.
bar
Cool.
magnet on the other.
They have rendezvous experience, even if they stole it mostly from the Russian Soyuz. They have rendezvous experience.
Well, that's all fine and dandy, the docking a spacecraft, but dude, and I'm genuinely asking, do they have on-orbit assembly experience outside of Tiangong 2?
Tiangong 1?
Is it 1 or 2?
Well, they both. There was both. That's what I mean.
Well, yeah, but Tiangong 1 was not assembled. 2 is assembled.
Yeah, but you're right. It was a single module. But still, I mean, I get it. But at the same time, I feel like there's enough technology that's publicly available out there, if not that has been acquired that isn't publicly available, so to speak, that they have a decent understanding of rendezvous and docking procedures. What I'm interested in the fact, though, is if you take a look at these launches here, I mean, ignoring panels falling off, which are designed to, the color of the trails that come out of it are not great because a lot of it are very nasty chemicals and hydrazines and other kinds of hypergalls. I don't know how well that's going to interact with a very fine mirror as you try and have 2 pieces approach each other. That's my thought.
China has done prox ops with other satellites, right? Like having a satellite get all nice and cozy with other satellite, perhaps an intelligence gathering one. Like,
Well, we don't know that. We don't know that for sure.
There's rumors of ones that have certainly gotten close to a certain mini private space shuttle. Well, not private, mini space shuttle X-37B, maybe, possibly. But, I feel like it's different, though.
I typed in Long March 5 into chat because I was looking for it. Long March 5 doesn't. It has. Sorry, I was in the wrong window, dude. I have like 40 windows up, man.
Wait, everybody type Long March 5 in
Long
the
March
chat.
5.
Everybody
Please do.
type Long March 5 into chat right now.
Dude, old
Do
man moment. Am I older than Kevin now? Is that how this works? Long
Good job,
March
Ringtone.
5.
Good job, Sawyer. Good job, Aaron.
Long March 5.
Long March 5. Good job, Ryan.
Long March Starship.
Good job, Stinky Pickle.
Delta 4 Heavy.
Long March 5.
Anyway, I was looking in. Sorry, like Long March 5 has kerosene boosters, and
Chris
then
Beaton.
yes, yes. Oh, keep it going, dude. I will own this joke. I don't care.
Sorry,
Long March
mods.
5.
Sorry, chat moderators.
Long March 5.
Long March 5.
I was like, I typed it into the search query and it didn't go, and I'm like, what the hell? What the hell just happened? Where
It's like
did it
every
go?
now and then I'll be talking to someone while I'm writing something, and like my brain overrides what I'm supposed to be writing, and I'll write the thing I'm talking at the
Yes.
like. So
And vice versa. Yeah.
Yep.
Totally done that. Oh, that poll is the best, dude.
Long March 5, baby. What other answer could you give?
Long March
For those
5.
watching the
Well,
replay, the poll is Long March 5, Long March 5, or Long March 5.
the question
March
is
5.
Long March 5 too.
Yeah. Question: Long March 5? Answer A. Long March 5. Answer B. Long March 5.
It's
I think
so
we-
good.
I think
Dude,
we've
I'm
officially
owning
lost
this
our
one.
minds.
I'm owning this. This is the best joke ever. All right. Anyway, so
Kevin,
I
please
don't-
change his nameplate for the outro.
Oh, do it, please. Oh.
Everybody's name for the outro should be Long March 5. This is no longer the Flame Trench. This is the Long March 5 trench.
Oh dear.
You were
Anyway,
saying about hyperdolls on the first stage and stuff, yeah.
yeah, it has a hypergolic third stage, but everything else is hydrolocks and carolocks. Interestingly enough, like I don't know if that's going to screw around with the satellite. I'm just there's no RPOD capability. Like, how's this satellite going to go together? What parts are you going to put where? Are you going to need a robotic arm? Are they docking parts together? How's that all going to happen? I'd be curious to see. You can't really tell from that PowerPoint presentation. Short May 6.
Nice. Nice, Jack, nice.
Bless this Long March 5 trench.
Space Bump 2.
This is great. I need to go lie down.
I can't breathe. Oh my god, dude.
Fong Larch Mive in my chat.
Where did my voice go too? Jeez.
Somebody do that thing where you just alter the XY dimensions of the thing and just like make it really short and fat. Short May 6. Why?
I smell
Why is it
Kerbal
so
builds.
Long March 5.
Long March 5.
Yes, Short May 6. Short May
Oh.
6.
Oh God.
Kevin is beautiful.
Oh, it's the best thing that ever
It's
happened.
beautiful.
And a lot of best things have happened on this particular stream.
I'm
Yeah,
just
it's
waiting
good.
for there to be a Long March 5 command. That the answer is just Long March 5.
Is
Yeah,
there a
of course.
Canard command yet? There should be.
There's
It
not.
should say that they're awesome.
There is not.
Canard.
No, it shouldn't say that at all.
It should say that they're awesome. No, okay.
Oh.
Okay, let me walk it back again. It should say that they can be an interesting design element sometimes.
No, it's just another part for your dang vehicle. That's like saying rudders are awesome. Oh yeah,
Rudders?
yeah, of course.
Oh, rudders are awesome? Yeah, they
Rudders are- yeah,
like,
sure.
Like, do you like the directional stability? Oh, I'm EG. I don't like directional stability. Rudders aren't awesome.
Hey, NGAD doesn't have rudders, bro. Just saying. The B2 doesn't have rudders. YB35, YB49, they didn't have
That
rudders.
was a really good callback.
Ooh.
I got
Speaking
you.
of a really good callback, Steve Kalovic with a $10 super chat saying, I feel bad for her dad.
Huh. Wow, there's a throwback to earlier. We are very behind, aren't we?
He's
Yeah.
talking about the waitress.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. That was a good callback. Lars, thank you for the super chat. Not wearing a kilt. Phil, thank you as well. Not wearing a kilt. Drew Nar, thank you for the support. They say, what if Orion flies first? It's not gonna. Not gonna do it.
I will
What
eat,
if Orion flies first?
Yeah,
You
I
got
will
not
a
eat a
gonna
big
do it.
hat
problem.
from shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
Not gonna do it.
So I will eat
Bideford-
a hat.
Yeah, he said it. It's on record.
There you go.
Bideford, thank you for the $25 super. They say, wow, Jack's been missing for a while. Comes back and all craziness begins. Definitely not a boring flame trench tonight. Glad you're back with your canards. Thanks, Bideford.
Wait, what was that last part, Bideford?
Glad you're
Bideford.
back with your canards.
Wait, what part of him would be the canard? The headset? Huh? No, I don't know.
I took it to
Beard,
just mean
technically.
The ears, yes.
I took it to mean that she's glad I'm back with my stuff and home. I'm
Long
home.
March 5.
I'm never home.
Oh my gosh, there
Long
is a
March
Long
5.
March 5 command now?
Yes.
EJ, you know the
Awesome.
George Bushism, the now watch this drive. You have to
Now
say
watch
long.
this drive.
You have to say Long March 5 in the same intonation. Long
We
March
have to put a stop to launching all these rockets. Now Long March 5.
5.
Oh,
Brain
I
rot.
get the reference now. It took
The
me a
brain
minute.
rot has gone full circle.
Also, there's now a
Uh,
canards command as well, courtesy
Hey,
of NASA Spaceflight Official.
Can you guys imagine if NGAD had a low taper wing?
No.
I don't.
What
You
in the
lost.
gyat are you trying to do here?
I'm not qualified.
Scooby Doo toilets or whatever.
I'm not. I'm so
you
sorry.
don't know the
everybody.
low taper fade, huh?
Nope. I must be
Jack,
from Ohio.
imagine if Jack had a low taper fade, man.
Oh man.
All the people that are watching this with their kids
The
probably
Riz.
wonder why your kids are laughing right now.
The Riz on that.
Don't worry about it. I got this.
I'm scared.
Yes, a bunch of 30-year-olds trying to talk about
Don't worry about
low
it.
tapered fades and Riz are doing great.
I'm scared. No cap.
5 front mounted rudders for each.
That's an amazing super chat, Drew. 5 front-mounted rudders for EJ. Space Pope again with another $50 super saying, "Bless this Long March 5 trench."
Long March 5.
The Long March 5.
The Long March 5 trench. Steve Galvic. Yo, if you guys are tuning in this week, you're like, this is I'm not the cat sound effect, Kevin. If you're tuning
Low
in this
taper
week
cat.
and you don't know what the flame trench is and you're like, what the heck is this? I'm sorry. It's normally pretty chaotic, but not this chaotic. If you want the hard news, we do have This Week in Spaceflight, which also comes out on Fridays and is, very well put together and very concise and not chaotic at all. So yeah, This Week in Spaceflight exists if you want serious news, like all of our other mostly serious broadcasts.
Are you calling me an unserious person?
Yes.
Pretty
Steve
much.
Kalovic again. Thank you, Steve.
Why?
You know in your heart it to be true, or whatever the stupid quote is. Thank you, Steve, for the kind words. Yes, I've butchered Star Wars quote. Ryan, thank you for getting a Tyler print. Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh. From Lil T. Which one? No, that's a Max
Lil
print.
T.
That's in the
Oh yeah,
store
by the way, the
wrong.
panel is messed up. It'll say that there was one that I forget who the print was, but it was actually a Flight 8 patch. It's all messed up.
Okay, this must have been the Max print that the previous person got. I'm not sure which Tyler print Ryan got. It might be a the
Oh.
Eclipse.
Dude, the Max print, the Vice City one. That's
Yeah, isn't that sick?
amazing.
I never
That
even
shot-
thought of it as a Vice City one, but now that someone's got to Photoshop the cover of that now.
Yes.
Dude.
Someone should put NASA spaceflight in the GTA font. I'm like, make it look like anyway. Crafty Geek,
I would actually pay money for this. I am not kidding.
A poster
Yep.
like that would actually be awesome.
pay money to
Dude,
Max.
Yeah, NSF
all-
in the
make all checks
GTA
addressable to Max.
font.
Yes, instead of GTA,
then-
it's NSF. NSF
Yes.
Space Coast.
In fact, can we
I would-
get like
I would
GTA
play that
NSF
video
with
game. I would
with
play that
all of
video
us
game. You can be
as
Max.
people?
You can just
Yeah.
walk around as Max and
what?
insert GTA activities. I don't
And chase
know.
after D with chairs, yeah.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Crafty Geek, thanks for the $10 tip. They say the stream has been hoist on its own canards. Isn't it petard? I thought it was petard. But I get the
The
interesting.
wordplay, yeah.
Yeah, it's good wordplay.
Also, Chris Bergen says Rockstar lawyers have entered the chat.
It's okay. I know them. We'll be fine. It's okay. I know them, Chris. I'm just saying. Here, hold up a second. Look. I know them. They gave me this hat.
Nice.
You think I'm kidding?
The lawyers gave you that?
That is an EJ
Yeah.
flex. I'm pretty sure that's an EJ flex.
I know them. They're good people.
I know Chris B really likes GTA, so he's probably
I know. That's why
mad
I'm saying
jelly
it
right now.
I'm planting the seed right now. You know what I'm saying? You're
Just trying to think of the missions that you would do in that.
You know what I'm
Jeez.
saying?
Yeah, we got to go to Orlando and get camera equipment and then move it to the Space Coast and then set it up before the launch happens. And then when the launch happens, the camera has to be pointing at different points in the sky. There's like the pink ring that like tells you where to point.
Yeah,
Oh, they
CNC
also-
machine to make all of the robot heads with
Yeah,
dots.
yeah.
Here.
You have to go steal
Sawyer-
parts for the CNC machine.
Sawyer
mean,
has his
legally
flexes. Look
acquire
at
parts
this.
for
Look
the
at, now
CNC
watch.
machine?
Look at this bag.
Now watch this bag.
Now watch this bag. Look at that.
That's a pretty
That's pretty
sweet tote,
cool.
but it's not as
Oh.
sweet of a tote as you could get from
No, it's not a
Shop
rapidly
Totes.
reusable one.
You beat
not
me
rapidly-
to it.
Yeah, that's right,
Yes!
Sawyer. Get coffeed.
Yes. Shout out to Lindsay. I
Arthur.
got to meet her at her first ever launch, which she's with the shop team.
Arthur.
That's one of my favorite things to do, by the way, is watch people watch their first launch. Forget the rocket. That is the coolest thing, is to see people's reactions. But yes, the tote at shop.nastspaceflight.com that she designed, I finally got to see it in person. It is so cool. It's Starship tiles.
Arthur.
Alex G in chat
Arthur.
says we got NSF 6 before GTA 6.
Arthur, we gotta do one last job, Arthur.
Nice.
We gotta do
Ooh.
one last job.
Heck yeah.
Gotta do one last job, Arthur.
By the way, you did hear what I said the bag is made of, right? Or what it's meant to look like?
Tiles.
From
Spaceship.
which one in particular?
The starship.
The what? I'm sorry?
I'm not gonna help this along at all.
The Dream Chaser. Oh, topical.
Yeah, thermally cooled Dream Chaser, exactly.
Oh,
I love the ability that you have to run away and leave the chair spinning. It's delightfully cartoonish.
thank you.
Well, yes, the
Um,
one from Star.
yeah, we should
Huh,
probably
we should
talk-
talk
it's-
about that.
It's 2 hours into the show. We should probably talk about Starship, huh?
Yeah, just a
I don't
thought.
blame you.
See, hey,
it
how come I'm the
actually
one
2
that's made
hours into the
all of
show?
the transitions and the merch plug today, Jack?
I don't know about all.
Most.
No, quit giving yourself too much credit.
I always
don't
give
you
myself
steal,
too much credit.
Don't
You know
you
that.
steal stream valor, good sir.
I know. Sawyer flex more than if you really want to push me like that.
Well, joke I'm not gonna make. Let's move on to Starship. I guess we should talk about Starship. Am I right? So
What is that?
it's what we're looking at right there, EJ. It's a live shot of the Sanchez lot,
Oh,
where you can see 2 flight-proven boosters and a not flight-proven ship.
Oh.
I mean, arguable because Block 1 ships, flew to space. What?
But that's not. I would hesitate to call Ship 20 a Block 1 ship. Yeah, Ryan's already yelling about it in the back channel. We know, Ryan. Thank you.
Hey, Ryan, thank you for popping in the back channel and ruining my joke. I appreciate it, pal. That's what friends do, right?
If you had to ruin a joke, then it was a bad joke to begin with. And that's coming from me, the king of bad jokes here.
All right, let's not all fight yet.
Fine, Sawyer Flex. Chris Bergen in chat saying Sawyer wrote 2 articles in a day. # TrueFlex. Come at me, bro.
So Starship, am I right?
Yeah, that. Where are we
Okay.
at?
So a lot.
The booter.
I feel like every week we're like, a lot has happened this week, but a lot happens every week because it's Starship. They're starting to pour concrete for Pad B's Flame Trench. That's always a good sign when you see the insane convoy of pew 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 pew. Why are we getting the pew pew?
I didn't see Ninja Decimator. Did you?
Yeah, I didn't see Ninja Decimator's name pop up. Why are we? I'm lost.
I
Is
was
Kevin just like pressing buttons randomly?
He's always pushing our buttons, but
Talk. Yeah.
you
Okay.
said the thing.
Oh.
You made me choke on my own saliva, Sawyer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cool. Well, yeah. So, Flame Trench, said the thing. That's always good. Excited to see that coming together. We've talked about the Pad B Flame Trench. I guess it's really the only Flame Trench in Starbase. We've talked about it a lot. It's going to be a game changer for photography purposes and stream purposes because directed exhaust flow. So I for one am excited for our new Flame Trench Overlords.
Yeah, I like those. I'm quite fond of them.
I think it's about time, if we're being honest. I mean, they kind of learned the hard way with Flight 1, making their own trench with a giant crater. But, I mean, especially if we're talking like over at Pad 39A, which, keep in mind, the ultimate goal is Florida launches with all of these. They started to have an orbital launch out there. They tore it down, and they are digging. We've seen from Harry Stranger's satellite images and from our flyovers, they are absolutely digging there. They finally learned. It'll be interesting to see, though, what they learn in particular from the Pad B one, and if they incorporate that into the Florida ones, how well it works. When you have so many powerful engines, an exhaust that is ridiculously long if you think about it in flight, imagine all of that firing into a trench. I'm intrigued to see how this goes and what impact it actually has as they build this on the Florida ones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just engrossed in chat. I'm sorry.
No, sorry.
John says
I'm with you. Go ahead.
GTA NSF mission would be fixing a Land Rover on a beach. Before you have to do it before the tide comes in, and then when you get that done, you have to do it. You have to the second timer starts, and that's to get out of there before launch, and the road closes.
I've definitely done that.
What, getting stuck on the beach, getting a digging machine stuck, yeah, all that stuff.
No, I haven't done that. I don't get equipment stuck.
I also normally don't.
Normally.
That's a long story, but anyway.
In the best of circumstances, I do not.
Which you have. But anyway, EJ, you were saying about the Florida thoughts.
Yeah, dude, I think that the one at 39A is going to look very much like Pad B. Just the way they're grading the terrain. If you guys looked at the Crew 10 launch, you got a pretty good shot of what's going on around there. They're staging up excavators like crazy. 4 big freaking excavators. I think they were what was it? They're Caterpillar like 325s or something. Anyway, whatever. For the people that doesn't know what that means, it's a big big excavators come in many different sizes. So yeah, it's many shapes and sizes. We don't excavator shame here, okay?
We do not.
No, but yeah, it's very much going to look like what you see on the screen. At least I'm pretty sure. And they did start pouring concrete. I think people over in my chat were counting. It was like 600 trucks or something, which was that's a lot of cubic yards of concrete. That is a lot. It's pretty cool. And yeah, Sawyer, I think 39 is going to look exactly like Pad B in Texas. Wait, fellas, didn't the chopsticks on the second tower move too?
I think they did, yeah.
They did. They
Sorry,
definitely.
What
moved,
are you
dude.
calling the second tower?
The one at Boca Chica, the second tower at Boca Chica.
Okay, sorry. Just wanted to make sure. Neat.
Well,
Another
the
step
chopsticks
closer.
at the Cape did move too. They just opened them
I just
like
wanted to
what
make
you
sure
see
you
on the
weren't
screen.
calling that tower too. I don't want to have to get into it with you.
What, OLIT? That name is not OLIT. Come on.
No. It's just some people will call the second tower in Boca Tower 3 because the tower at KSC was built second.
By the way, take a look at this in terms of the number of trucks. I believe, what was it? Ryan Weber in the back channel said 308 trucks.
Yeah, Ryan.
I love our NSF team, the fact that they legit counted all of the trucks as they came in for day and night.
So, okay, just a little bit of math here. Concrete truck holds about 10 cubic yards of concrete. That's 3/4 of a cubic meter, just in case anybody's wondering. 308 of those things. That's a lot. That's a lot of concrete. That's a lot. It's almost like that thing's got to be hefty to, not blow up.
I'm like I'm excited to see the first launch off of it. Just because I do think it's going to be photogenically much nicer. I'm also just
Mhm.
excited to see if it works or not.
What do you mean if it works?
That's what I
mean-
was kind of hinting at too. Yeah,
I mean,
go ahead, Jack.
yeah, SpaceX is like obviously very good at building things, both ground side and in space, and things that take things from the ground into space. They're also really, really dumb sometimes.
What?
So you never know how things are going to go. That's part of what keeps it so exciting.
Mhm.
So yeah, I mean, I'm sure it'll work fine. If I was going to bet money right now, $50, I would bet that it works fine. But it's like it's like a new Falcon 9 booster on its first flight. In a lot of ways, that's kind of riskier than that same booster on its second, third, fourth, or fifth flight, because it's its first flight. You don't know its weird quirks and how it's going to perform and whatever. Like the first time they ever fire up a Starship on top of that flame trench, that's where the rubber meets the. That's where the exhaust plume meets the.
The Methalox meets the Fondag.
Let's go, Sawyer. That's why we pay you the big bucks.
Wait, you get
but yeah,
paid for this?
We'll talk. We'll talk.
Anyway.
We'll talk later, dude. I don't want EJ to hear it, so we'll talk later. Okay. Did I kill EJ? Where did EJ?
Wait. I get paid for this. You guys don't get paid for this?
Where did you? Are you melting? Did someone
Yeah.
spill water on you? And also, are you a witch?
No comment.
What actually is
We need you-
happening right now?
Start doing the giant note at the end of Defying Gravity.
Hey EJ.
What?
Hey EJ.
What?
Long March 5.
Long March.
Long
Five.
March 5.
Hey, that's a sick shot of the QD. How the heck did Mary get that?
Because Mary's awesome.
Well, because she's Mary. Also, look at that pipe. Now watch this pipe.
Now watch this pipe.
But yeah, no,
Can't get
I'm
up.
in the same boat as you, Jack.
Stop.
I'm interested to see how it works. Because then again, remember, they thought that no flame trench was going to work just fine for Flight 1, and then it didn't work great. And they've obviously been improving the design with the upside-down shower head, so to speak, for the first pad. But yeah, I mean, keep in mind just how much shuttle would destroy the flame trench that it had. The fact that an elevator got blown in and all of the wreckage on the side of the tower after the first flight of Artemis, I am sure that flame trench got absolutely demolished as well. Now imagine an even more powerful rocket firing into that. I'm interested to see what they're able to learn from this flame trench, but I think they're going to have to redesign parts of 39A's pad again after their first flight from Pad B.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to have. There's definitely going to be some rocks thrown out. I mean, but then again, I mean, Sawyer. Okay, so I would say that Pad B is a giant flame bucket. I wouldn't call it a diverter. It's a flame bucket that goes into a trench. I would say what Pad B is much more analogous to like the B2 test stand at Stennis, right? Think about this for a second, right? Bear with me. It's got a flame bucket. And so what's a flame bucket? Flame bucket is a pad deluge system that's built into the deflector, right? Just like what's at Stennis on the A1, the A2 test stand. Well, there was one on
Wait.
the A3 test stand.
Sorry.
To do that. Anyway,
Put a pin
what?
in it. I'm sorry. Kevin, can you go back to the previous shot? I'm so sorry. I'm an interrupting jerk.
You're an interrupting cow?
Why are they just spraying the ground green? Yeah, that looks good. Just spray some of that green over here. I
Oh
know
my
they're
gosh, I didn't
seeding.
even
They're
notice
seeding the
that.
ground. I know they're like the actual reason, but also, haha, spraying the ground green. Anyways, EJ, continue with your cohesive and coherent point before interrupting me.
I
so thoroughly ruins it.
I lost it. I'm looking at the seeding crew now.
Why are they just? It's just gonna get turned into mud.
Not with grass. Grass will absorb all the water.
You'd
That's why
think,
That's why people have lawns to get water
it's-
away from their house.
but it's Starbase, EJ.
So, what does
The
Starbase not have
flame-
grass now? Grasses?
I mean, not really. It more has like sharp, prickly, horrible scrub.
Oh, dude,
you
the
know.
spicy grass, dude.
Don't say
Yeah,
scrub.
I know.
Don't say scrub.
I got that firsthand, dude.
So anyway, flame buckets, flame diverters.
So
Yeah.
I would say that, if anything, we're going to see some metal parts fly out of that flame trench, not necessarily the concrete, right? Because they're shooting into that the metal bucket. They're shooting into a flame bucket, which is very interesting. So you're going to see a pop like when we saw the core stage, the green run with core stage 1 on the B2 test stand, where it had that big like mushroom cloud of water coming out of the buckets. If anything, you're going to see metal parts fly out of there, not necessarily concrete, right? Like, interestingly enough. Sorry, I'm just watching the dude. I don't know what it is about watching construction sites. I could watch construction sites all day.
Same. There's a reason Starbase Live, I think, appeals to all of us. Also, this little compactor buddy, like, I love it. I want to be its friend. I want one it's not even functional, doesn't even do anything. It's not even like a Roomba. I just want one around the house. And when I walk to the kitchen to get a snack, it can come along with me and be like, rumble, 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 I'm your friend, Jack. And I'll be like, thanks, little compactor buddy. I don't know, I love
Like
it.
please tell it, like, it'll look like the one from Space Camp.
Yes, absolutely.
Don't you have like a biological version of that?
I do have a dog, yes. But she's in Texas right now. Caesar's taking care of her.
Also, when
Oh,
are we
okay.
getting Texas Concrete watching shirts?
Oh yeah.
I'm surprised we don't have that already.
So the other thing that SpaceX did is they took Booster 15 out and they put it out in the rocket garden. You just
Right,
saw
we
that
were
on the
talking about
screen
that.
right there.
At the start of the Starship segment, there are now 2 flight-proven boosters in the rocket garden.
Yeah, but okay, so one thing that's very interesting about 15, dudes, like I don't know if you guys saw this, there's FOD covers all over everything. It doesn't seem to have any engines, but there's FOD covers over everything. Now, they didn't do that with 12. They just basically took all the good parts off of 12 and just said, oh yeah, here, go in this special place where we put flight-proven boosters or something. But see, if you look at the top of 15 up by its grid fins, or even here, like there's covers over everything. So I don't know. Part of me is like, are they just moving 15 so they could get 16 back from Massey's, put both of them back into Mega Bay 1? I don't know. I think we haven't seen the end for Booster 15, to be honest with you.
What about 14?
Okay, this is entirely speculation on my part. Total speculation. I am pulling this out of left field completely. I think 14 is going to get reused. I know I've said different in the past, like even on the Flight 7 Starbase or the Flight 7 Starship coverage, the one that I did with Gene, the first one I did with Gene, that was my first time down at Starbase. I said that they're going to wait for a Block 2 booster to be reused. I think I was 100% wrong on that. Yeah, I think 14 is going to be reused at this point. Why is it still in there? Why didn't they just take it out to pasture like 12? Why would it still be in there, right?
So, but then they moved 15 around. So if 14
But they
is still
put-
right?
But they put covers. They put covers on 15. So what I'm thinking is they took all the good parts off of 15, took good parts off of 15, took good parts off of 12, and then took all the bad parts off of 14 and replaced them with all the good parts from the other 2 boosters. The reason why I think 14's in there is because they're taking the time to refurbish it.
Interesting. I like the concept on that. Yeah.
I mean, it's what makes the most sense, right?
It does.
And maybe 14 is in there because they need to fix a bunch of stuff on it, and it's not about refurbishing it necessarily for flight more than it is like fixing it so they can refurbish it for flight. I don't know. I'm just devil's advocating here. I think you're right, but to devil's advocate a little bit, maybe they just put 15 back in the bay and throw some engines on it when they're ready.
I think they will probably do that as well. Yes.
Oh,
Why
I
would
think
they
at
put
some
covers
point.
on it, right? Like, why would you put covers on it? There's cover there. Look at it. It's got a hat.
Probably so birds don't nest in it and poor Gary doesn't poop all over it. But anyway,
Do you think we'll ever see a Block 1 booster fly more than twice? Because I think basically everybody agrees that we'll see a Block 1 booster fly more than once. We're all expecting it, perhaps even as soon as the next flight. But more than twice? What do you think?
Dude, I don't. I never really thought about it. I don't see why not. It's not like the stainless got a little tempered up at the top from Starship, basically, doing its thing when it's separated, right?
Right.
So the top of these boosters get a little bit discolored, but I don't think that if it's good to use once, it should be good to use twice. I don't. I mean, maybe.
If I had to guess, my thought would be that each of the remaining ones, 14, 15, and 16, will refly once each. So I don't think we'll see 2 reflights of a single booster, but we will see reflights of all of the current boosters.
So the reason I ask is, at what point, and we've talked about this on previous weeks' trenches and previous streams in general. At what point do they just run out of space, run out of stands, and at what point do they then expend a super heavy, even if they could reuse it, just to get it the heck out of here? Like, maybe we don't ever see a Block 1 booster get used more than twice because they just don't have any freaking room.
I guess
I don't know.
maybe you start stress testing them, get one of them back for a second time. So let's say like 15 comes back, or 14 comes back. So then for 15, you fly it on like a wild trajectory kind of thing. Put it to its limits, push it, see how hot you can get that engine bay, how much you can build up that heat and still have things work. Maybe
even just like shove the heck out of the ship. Use any landing fuel that you could possibly use or boost back fuel, and just really yote one of them ships into space.
Is that the
maybe,
future tense of yeet, is to yoke?
Yes. Then maybe maybe the ship could get into orbit without having to burn quite as long. Maybe even going a little bit easier on its plumbing.
And see how little fuel it could maybe use for a catch?
Also, yeah, I mean,
going a little lighter on its plumbing. I'm sorry the way you said that, dude.
It's the flame trench.
Yeah, but yeah, I could definitely see them trying to push everything to its limit with those. Where if it comes back and we catch it, awesome. If it blows up, it's fine. We needed the room anyway.
I mean, guys, I've always thought this was a weird question. It's like, oh, they're running out of room. Oh, they're running out of room. They don't have any more transport stands. Dude, I'm pretty sure they have as many transport stands as they need.
I don't know that I agree with that, dude. No way.
What do you mean?
Let's go into fight mode, man. Ring the bell. Let's go. Well, I'll let you lay out your thoughts, and I will respond. Please.
Okay. All right. The thought basically centers around this. If SpaceX wants another booster stand, they'll freaking make another booster stand if they want another one. That's it. They have as many as they need. That's it. That's the argument.
Okay. They have a third one under construction. It's been sitting there at Sanchez for I want to say more than a year. They're clearly not in any hurry to finish building it. So, but to your point, that's a mark on the chalkboard in the EJ side, right? I'll give you that.
We are so back.
I will give you that. A mark on the chalkboard on the Jack side is that we see them routinely shuffle things around. They'll pull a test tank out of Sanchez and start scrapping it finally because they need to use that stand for a booster. It's not like they have spares. They have enough, but I wouldn't say that they have a spare stand to float around, because if they did have a spare stand, if they did have enough, then they wouldn't have to play musical test articles.
But they do have a spare. You just said it's been sitting there.
It's not functional. It hasn't. It's partially constructed.
But if they needed it to be functional, they'd put it together, which is what they're doing.
I mean, so when you drive by Sanchez, you can see people working on the new launch mount, right? You can also see people working on that new stand. It's not quite as sustained or as often, but in general, there are generally people working, welding, doing something on that stand, and have been for a long time, much longer than the other stand they started building around the same time. I don't know why they're not in a rush to build that one, but it's not currently operational. And yes, if they needed it, they could they could immediately start working on it with reckless abandon and get it done.
That's what I'm saying.
But
But for which block?
well, okay,
The square one.
that Sawyer is very interesting. Perhaps the
Ah.
reason that particular stand has been seemingly slow walked, Sawyer with a big brain over here, is that stand is going to be tailor made for the next version of Booster. In which case, they don't have enough stands.
So they could just build another one.
They couldn't though. Why
Dude,
is
it's
there?
SpaceX. What are
why
you
is
talking
there-
about?
Why is there numbers? Why
They
is there-
popped
what
out.
would-
They popped out a freaking factory in the middle of Boca Chica.
Bro,
what do
it
you mean?
took
What do you
them-
mean? Oh, no. We draw the line at building another stand. We can't do
No.
that.
It took them like 2 years. Like you can't just snap your fingers and make a stand appear.
Why not?
Because it takes time to build. Even when you're SpaceX, even when you're throwing all the money possible at the problem, even when you are calling every other company in the Tri-County area and saying, send us your best welders. I don't care what contract they're on right now, but we'll pay you at double. Just send us your best welders. We're trying to build a thing. Even then, it still just takes a finite amount of time to like put metal next to metal and move welding thing down it. Like it just takes time.
Jack went down to 0 on that.
Well, I give up. Sawyer, it's all you, buddy.
But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. But genuinely, that's my thought on that. Is you could have another one, but why would you build a third Block 1 stand if you plan on getting rid of all the Block 1 ones? Yes, they can put it together pretty quickly, but like you said, this has kind of been going slow. And my thought has been, well, maybe they're waiting to finalize the designs for Block 2 so that it's compatible with that, and maybe make it back compatible for now. But yeah.
Two thoughts. One, this line of thinking is predicated on the idea that a version 2 or the next version of the booster will not be compatible with the current stands, which we have had no evidence for or against because we haven't seen any next version booster hardware.
Right.
Second point. EJ, did you take off your hat because someone in chat dared you to take off your hat?
Yeah. It's like, you have a bar of soap in your hand. Someone's like, bite it. I dare you to bite it. And you bite it and you spit it out in their face.
I've never done that.
Was that your
Interesting
second point?
Example. Yeah, that was it. That was the whole thing.
I mean, here's the thing. My thought with that, yes, we don't know if it's going to be any different dimensionally, if there's going to have to be any differences on the transport stand, any differences in balance based off of any height changes or any changes related to Raptor 3s, if they do that. There's a lot that can be. I'm sure they could always add like hey, we're going to put this little ring or this little attachment point in here so that we can still move the old ones. But like you said, there's a lot we don't know yet about the next version of Booster. So I think that's why they might also hold off a bit on that next version of Transport Stand. Just saying. And
yeah.
Wow, EJ without the hat, without the body too now.
Give me a second, dude. All right, here we go. I got a good one.
Oh,
no.
okay.
Good hat right
Uh-oh.
here.
Oh
Got
no.
a good hat for you. Oh, yeah.
I can't even see it.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
there
got
it
a
is.
picture of my truck on my hat.
Nice. What you
Yep.
need is a picture of a truck on your hat with you in the truck with a hat on with a picture of a truck on your head with in the picture of the truck in the hat on you in the truck in the picture should be a picture of the truck with you with the hat on your head in the truck of a I might be
Who
having
gave
a
Jack
stroke.
all this caffeine? Who did this? Who did this? Did you guys hear that?
I did.
This
I
is
did
your
this, I'm
brain.
sorry.
This is your brain on cold brew.
3 days worth of cold brew. I woke up this morning and was literally like, ooh, I'm a little caffeine jittery. I'm gonna go get some more cold brew. Yes, Eric Fraser in chat gets it. Hat truckception. Thank you.
Oh gosh. It's the bagel talking. Or lack thereof bagel. The sandwich talking.
It's not a sandwich, Sawyer.
Down tuber.
Nice, Kevin. Nice.
Oh, I guess I wasn't saying it. I didn't know I was supposed to say it. I saw it. I was going to acknowledge it in the back channel. Yes.
I
In
think
15 minutes. In 15 minutes, we are premiering This Week in Space Flight. So if you want, like, the actual news instead of chaos, like we talked about it a little while ago, 15 minutes. All you got to
Hey,
wait.
we are real news.
I mean,
That's no news. That's a space station.
Elon said we're the media now, right?
Yeah.
We are broadcasting this on X as well, I believe.
Yeah. What's up, X?
Really quick, I'm going to thank some people. Steve, thank you for the support. Again, they say, EJ, we disagreed on the path of Starship, yet I seem to be correct that they're on the wrong path after 2 explosions. Why are you wrong?
Ouch.
I don't think.
I want to curse
just
you
to,
out so
just
bad
to take
right
your
now.
side very briefly, I don't think 2 explosions ruins the program. A lot of
It
doom and
doesn't
gloom
ruin
going
the
around.
program. They'll fix. What, are they not going to figure it out, Steve? What, are they not going to figure it out? Oh, 2 explosions. But let's stop. Let's go back to using Falcon 9. What do you think they're not going to? What do you think? They're on the right path. You know why? Because nobody knows what the right path is. They got to figure it out. You mean you're on the right path? You're wrong. Why are you wrong? Why are you wrong, man?
Got him.
Damn.
Got him. Drew Nar, thank you again. Also, thank you, Steve. I know,
Thanks, man.
we're joking around here.
Yeah.
Drew Nar, thank you for the support. They say, are all the Starship launch pads eventually going to be identical for rapid reusability, or could they all be subtly different? I think they'll all be based on a general design, but just by nature of all being built at different times, they'll all have their own sort of little quirks. I mean, every different Falcon 9 booster has its own quirks. Every different second stage, I'm sure, does. Every different set of fairings, every Super Heavy, every Starship, every vehicle is its own unique thing with its own quirks. And it was the same for the shuttle orbiters as well.
There it is. I was
In your
waiting for
face,
that.
get coffeeed.
I was waiting. Yes, every shuttle had their own quirks. In fact, that was one of my favorite questions in the early days to ask astronauts was, did you notice a difference flying in the different vehicles? And the answer is yes. They all had their own little quirks. Some had software things. Some had things with lockers. Obviously, we
Columbia
know
was
physically
full of sand.
there was the teardrop on Discovery.
Columbia was full of sand.
Yes, Columbia was very
was-
full of. Is
was
that technically
gypsum.
sand with even though
gypsum.
yes, it's
Gypsum.
white sand, but it was gypsum.
I mean, it's
yeah.
a type of sand. Really? We're going to squares and rectangles, grains of sand now?
Which
Bro,
hole?
you lectured me about how Canards is your special happy place or something. Yeah, I'm
I did
absolutely
not.
dying
I
on this
did
hill.
not.
Which hole
I
does that go
did
into,
not.
by the way?
It goes
Also,
into the square hole.
It goes into the canard hole. Also, if you want to know more about why Columbia had gypsum sand in it, we did do a Shuttle Sunday on STS-3, which is the mission where Shuttle landed at White Sands, and is the only time they've ever done that. And Alex in our back channel is saying Columbia was the SN9 of Shuttle. If you know, you know. I'm going to move on. But yeah, sand.
I hadn't thought of it that way, but yeah. So anyway, Shuttle Sundays, 3 p.m. Most
Sunday,
Sundays.
Sunday, orbiters, external tanks, solid rocket boosters. This Sunday only at the Garden Coliseum.
On
Sorry.
Space Coast Live, we'll of course post on all the socials the weeks that we do them. The next one is STS-27, the mission that somehow survived despite one of the worst tile burn-throughs in shuttle history.
Shock diamonds, we've got them. Mock diamonds, we've got them. Ailerons, we've got them. Body flaps, we've got them. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. It's shuttles. Okay, I really did have a lot of
Dude,
coffee.
I
We need to
need you to
record
do
that
a
and
merch
play that
plug.
before the start of the next Shuttle Sunday. Just
I
saying.
need you to do a merch plug like that. If you know. Reusable tote bags, we got them. Shop on NSFspaceflight.com.
Bro, you write the copy, I will read it. If I don't have to write the copy, I'm good. Just write the copy, I'll read it.
Okay. No, all right.
Flapperons, we got them. That's just for you, Crispy. Horses, we got them. Nightwish, that's the band you like, right? We got them.
We got rapidly reusable tote bags before GTA 6, Chris B. We got them.
Not wrong.
Crafty Geek, thanks for the super chat. They say, if Starbase's Pad B turns out to have more of a flame bucket than a trench, does it necessitate a rename for this NSF stream? No.
Yes.
What?
No. No. No.
How many one words can we do in there? Yeah. No.
Yeah, maybe.
Perhaps.
Probably.
Flawed Perspective is asking, when is the next Starship Rudd planned? Buddy, it's in the name. It's unplanned disassembly.
Unscheduled.
Funny joke.
No
He's
one
got
said
you there.
unplanned.
What was what? One at a
It-
time.
I said
Sawyer?
it's unscheduled, not unplanned. So it could be planned. It could also
Don't
just be not
squares
scheduled.
and rectangles me again.
Square hole.
Goes in a square hole.
That's right. It goes in a square hole.
Oh God. Let's see. Did we already say GTA mission would be fixing a Land Rover on a beach? I think we did.
Yes,
yeah,
we
we
did.
did. We did.
Classic. What else is going on in Starbase? They're starting to tear down the old high
High
bay,
bay. High Bay 1.
making
like-
way for the Giga Bay.
More like
Yeah,
bye
baby.
bay.
Do we have? Oh, that was good,
Oh.
Sawyer.
Thank you.
That's the rare time I will actually admit that was good.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
This is like at some point we're gonna have to do like a an in memoriam video. Like do like at awards shows or like
In the arms
that-
of the angels playing behind
Yeah,
it, yes.
yeah, and it's gonna be all the different things at Starbase that they've built and then destroyed, like the Gateway to Mars sign, the SpaceX sign, the windbreak, probably a lot of other stuff I'm not remembering. The Mid Bay,
Yeah.
and yeah, and it should finish with Stargate and Ship 26. Thank you, Kevin. And it should.
No, that one doesn't. That one doesn't even get mentioned.
Don't
in there. Come on.
encourage him.
But I joke, but honestly, when the Gigabay starts going up, that's going to be a dramatic change in what we are able to see. Even right now, the little scraps that we do get being able to see inside the Star Factory, they're building a wall in the Star Factory right by the fancy new entrance they built and are about to tear down. Add that one to the list. Because the Gigabay, it seems like, is going to butt right up on the Star Factory. So things will just go straight from the Star Factory into Gigabay. Meaning the days of seeing barrel sections roll out in the ring yard and being like, oh, that's a forward number 2 for a ship. It's got pins and you can see the vents for the... No. It'll be vehicles rolling out of Gigabay and either going to Massey's or the launch site. And vehicles coming back from Massey's or back from the launch site. That's it.
That's Gigabay 1. Don't forget, we have Gigabay 2, Electric Boogaloo, coming to Florida.
No, for sure. I just like, at some point, we need to take a moment and metaphorically pour one out for Starbase views as we know it, because it's been changing. It's like, the frog in the pot with the water that's slowly boiling, right? It's been changing. Used to see raptors all the time, used to see thrust pucks all the time, used to see barrel flips all the time. And slowly but surely, it's turned from a sandbar with some tents on it into an actual bona fide factory and launch site. And when High Bay and Stargate go, and when Gigabay starts coming up here in Starbase, I'm not in Starbase. I'm in LA. Let's go. Anyway, when Gigabay starts going up, that's going to be a sea change in terms of the program in general and how SpaceX is able to operate, and in terms of sort of what we can expect to see and be able to divine. It'll get to the point where we have to wait for a full vehicle, to roll out of the bay. Or like, oh, the door's open. See if you can get at the just right angle to see what vehicles are in what station, or I don't know. It's
The square hole's open.
It's what we do for Blue Origin at the Cape.
Right. Well, and also that's a very good point, Sawyer, because at some point, SpaceX is also going to start building starships in Florida as well, which, is yet another situation where you can't even get close to Roberts Road. Good luck. No, in fact,
Yeah.
bad
No
luck.
pictures.
Nobody should try and get close to Roberts Road.
No, you're not allowed to be on there. If you're going to the press site, you're not allowed to take pictures. Even if you're driving there and you go by and go, ooh, that's pretty. No photos. No videos.
Strictly against the
no
rules,
nothing.
right?
But
So,
also, by the way,
You
Jack,
don't know nothing.
who hurt you? You're beating horses and boiling frogs all in one flame trench.
He's from the West Coast, Sawyer. I don't know. They do weird stuff out there.
Okay, good point.
I am
Yeah.
so furious right now. EJ, I feel like you and I spending time together in Starbase has dramatically increased the amount that we're willing to rip on each other.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's not a bad thing. It's
Yeah,
not
no,
a
that's
bad.
fine.
I'm not even
I'm
mad
here
about
for it. I'm here. Yeah, I'm here for it. Yeah, no, it's great. It's fantastic. It'll be fine.
But yeah,
It'll be fine.
also, by the way, if we're
It'll be
doing the in memoriam, are we also counting SN8, SN9, SN10, SN11?
No, because those aren't things they built only to tear down later. Like,
I mean,
Ship
SN10
26.
tore itself apart later, but
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Okay, so we did High Bay going away, Giga Bay. We talked about that. We talked about the boosters. It's Sanchez.
Kevin, get that off the screen.
What's on
I
screen?
saw that. I saw
What
it.
is
I
it?
saw
I
what he
didn't see
did.
it. I was
I
looking
know
at the
what you
run
did last summer.
I was looking
You
at
do?
chat. I didn't see either.
Is the call coming from inside the house?
The, you put it over your face, so yes.
Oh, what was it?
Ship 26.
Oh, ew. Actually, with 5 minutes left to go before the premiere of this week's
Oh, ew.
This Week in Spaceflight, hey, guess what? I'm actually working on a new version of the intro.
What?
I know.
Guess what's in it? Multiple times. Much to my chagrin.
Don't tell me you put Ship 26 in there.
Ship 26.
Ship 26?
Wow, I heard an echo of Kevin there. Holy cow.
She's
It
gonna
was
kill
so
me.
perfect. It was so perfect. I was hoping that you would say something, EJ, as soon as he talked. As soon as he
kill me.
talked.
He's gonna kill me. Kevin's gonna come and kick me in the
It's my new
face.
favorite thing. It's my new favorite thing on the Flame Trench.
And
Is
Kevin's not
EJ
that far
doing a
away from
Kevin
you either.
impression. It's all fun
No.
and games when it's a Jack impression, but when it's a Kevin impression, suddenly, whoa.
Oh, geez, guys. Oh, I really like it when you do impressions of other people. Oh, geez. Oh, God.
Long March 5.
Oh.
But yeah, if you guys, I think I broke EJ. If you out there have ever been like, oh, they should use this audio in the intro, feel free to send me suggestions, but no promises.
Yeah, I sent a couple to you the other day.
You did, and they were helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome. And of course, there's the one famous one that I've been begging for since Starship Flight 1. So hopefully...
No
I didn't say
spoilers.
which one. I just said one
No
I've been begging
spoilers,
for.
dude. That's not cool. Don't spoil it for people.
I
That's
never
not
said
cool.
if it's in. I don't even know if it's in or not,
Sawyer,
dude.
not cool, dude. Not cool.
I legit don't even know if it's in or not because you haven't been saying anything about this that you've been working on for the last year and not working on for the last year.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Anyways,
Yeah,
2.5
so I don't know
minutes
what's
to
in it
go.
or not, so I'm not trying to spoil
don't.
anything. I
You
just
have no
legit
idea.
don't know.
Nobody knows, not even me. Shaz, Bert, Toddbot, thank you for the support. They say Ship 26, best ship. And Roseanne Devasto, they say frog in what? Boiling water. It's a parable. Thank you for the support.
Ship
Stanley
26,
is a
thank you.
parable. The frog is not.
I mean, it could be in a bowl, of boiling water.
My man.
Get coffeeed. I'm out, though. I'm out.
We couldn't tell. Just saying.
Well, is there anything else we need to hit Starbase-wise? Because we are coming up on the end of the show, and I do want to make sure everyone gets thanked, and we do all the housekeeping that we need to do. But Starship-wise, I mean, I guess the ultimate question is, when next flight, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to go
Minute 37. That's when.
mid-May. Mid-May. That's what I'm saying for next flight. EJ, what do you think?
The end of April.
Sawyer?
End of April or early May.
Oh, what are you, Alex? That
You
was the
can't
most
just-
Weaselly answer ever.
You can't
Sometime
just
between
say
now and the
May
heat death of the
3rd.
universe.
May 3rd, 4:31 p.m. Central.
Oh.
Yeah,
see,
Alex,
now
I
that's
said
a
what I
problem.
said.
You can't use this GIF in this. This wasn't this episode. I'm not even there. Thank God.
Why do you hate Starbase so much? It loves you, Jack.
Yeah.
I do. Believe it or not, I do love Starbase. Obviously, I spend a lot of time there. You know what I also love, EJ? Filet mignon. You know what I don't want to eat only every day for my entire life? Filet
What?
mignon.
What's wrong with filet mignon?
I do love filet mignon. You know who else I love? I love our members, especially our launch directors and our flight engineers. Y'all are the best. You get your name at the end of every Flame Trench and NSF Live episode. Let's see if Kevin has it prepped to bring up, because there's 30 seconds until we're supposed to end, and I'm sort of just vamping here, but thank
there's
you
gifts.
so much
But the
to
gifts.
our
I like that gif.
launch directors and flight engineers. It's just the GIF. He didn't have it prepped. We have 20 seconds to go. I'm still operating on the same breath of air. There you go. Launch directors, flight engineers. We do so much here at NSF. So much. It's absolutely bonkers, honestly. And it's a huge team of people, and we couldn't do this without y'all. I'm Jack. Thanks for watching. Sawyer, thank you for being on. EJ, thank you for being on. Follow us on all the socials, and thank you to Kevin for operating the stream. Let's go watch Twists. Watch EJ on Twist. Or watch EJ on Twitch. Twitch, not
What?
Twist.
What?
Oh, God. Also watch Twist.
You messed it up.
I blew it. Oh, gee. Oh, jeez.
You blew it.
Is it?
We're
Is it
pointing
over?
Are we
you
done?
to stay here for Twist next.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it here awkwardly, guys.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be normal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good. Doubling up.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Sliding down to SC off. SC off. Off. It's orange! Orange 25! Oh my god! Oh my god! Décollage! Look at this! Put that in big bag.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane would be igniting the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Oh, I very deliberately
Oh, I know.
went down a rabbit hole I could possibly find.
Yeah, this was so off the rails because we were short on rails.
So bad.
Yes, there were only 4 topics in our run sheet. There was only 4 topics that we covered total. If you think about it, we had Crew 9.
Let's wait till we hear we're clear.
Oh, I'm talking anyway. I had a few.
Oh,
Thank you,
okay,
Kevin.
fine.
Yeah, right. We had Crew 9, Starliner, China, and Starship.
And both Das and Crispy were watching.
It's awesome.
And Das came on.
That
got
was
told.
that was amazing. That honestly
That was pretty funny.
amazing. That made the show.
Long March 5.
Long March 5.
Long March 5. I love that.
Now Long March. Now Long March 5.
Not Long March 5.
It's a
Now
shame
watch
we didn't have
Drive.
enough time to actually put up our names at the end because I would have loved to have seen them all as Long March 5.
Alien, it was
Yeah.
four topics. We conflated Starliner and Shrew 9. They were supposed to be 2 different things, and we sort of just steamrolled them in together.
I mean, what? You can't talk about one without the other.
Oh, is that Short May 6?
What?
That's Short May 6.
It's short May 6. And
Yes.
longer February 2?
Longer February 4. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
What's that, Phil? What do you got? Hold on, somebody's linking something over in chat. What's up? Hello, dude. How you doing, dude? What's up, dude?
I will be right back.
28
coffee.
former NASA astronauts have signed a letter to members of the Senate in support of Rick Isaacman for the position of NASA administrator. All right.
Good.
Who do we got on this list? Let me see. Bob Cabana, Leroy Chow, Ken Cockrell, Katie Coleman, Drew Faustel, Jack
Feustel.
Fisher, Mike Foreman. Yeah, that too. John Grunsfeld's on here. Heck yeah.
Ooh.
Scott Kelly, Shane Kimbrough, Michael Lopez Alegria, Ed Liu, Leland Melvin. All right.
Nice.
Dottie Metcalf Lindenberger. All right. Kate Nyberg's on here. Steve Oswald's on here. William Reedy. Garrett Reisman's on there. Oh, dude. Rusty Schweikert's on here. Heck yeah. Let's go.
Damn.
Peggy Whitson. All right. Okay. That's a pretty good list of people there. It's a
You know
lot of
you want to
talent.
flex it, right? You know you want the flex.
Yeah. How many?
There's
You've
only
met every single one.
only
of these
4 of
people.
those that I haven't met.
Ugh.
I would have to see the list again, but is this in Discord somewhere that I can look at, or?
Here, let me link it. I'll link it up to you. I linked it there. We don't know.
Soon. Uh,
Hmm.
okay. Looking at the full list, I have not met Ken Cockrell. I have not met Brent Jett. I haven't met Ed Liu,
Really?
surprisingly.
That is surprising, actually.
I haven't met Steve Oswald and Jim Voss. Those are so of
Jeez.
that list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Somebody
28.
gifted his sub. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, just had to look at the list.
No. It's good. It's good.
MLA is so cool that he's on there. You got again the fact you have MLA and Peggy both now Axiom.
Yeah, that speaks volumes. Along with I don't know if this doesn't necessarily pertain to the list, but Jim Bridenstine endorsed Isaacman the other day too.
Good, yeah.
That's huge considering who he lobbies for. Like that's a pretty good
Yeah.
endorsement. Just saying.
And
Yeah, I was I like Mike Griffin. Not everybody likes Mike Griffin. Bring Mike Griffin back. He was a good NAS administrator. But
hey, I didn't even
Yeah.
think that Jim Bridenstine was going to be good. Like what the heck? Because this guy who helps fund a museum, yeah, he'll be great. It turned out to be
he's a fighter
one of
pilot,
the
dude.
best NASA administrators of the 2000s.
Yeah, Jim was awesome. And now he's gonna work. He's gonna work with Rook. It's gonna be sick, dude. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah. Viper.
What do you mean this is
Chandra.
Sawyer's caption?
Chandra.
Big time.
Defunding Chandra is not cool. That happened on his watch.
I'm confused.
Laying like 300 people off from JPL, also very uncool.
Wait, I posted that?
Sorry, man. Like I'm just. He did some good things too. Like, sorry, sorry. I don't mean to be a jerk.
He was administrator when Artemis launched.
Yeah, but it launched because.
Oh, I'm not saying he had anything to do with it. I'm just saying that he was administrator when it launched.
He was there. He's there at the time.
A lot of that was Bridenstine's heavy lifting, but yeah.
It's a choice, bro. I genuinely meant what I said. Good luck. Like, you're gonna need some gumption to freaking get that thing done. What?
Are you playing with a shuttle or a Dream Chaser? I can't see. It is a Dream Chaser.
We were talking about it. A little dated, but governors also support the governor's support for Rook. Also, I've been trying. I saw what you said, Bob. I'm trying to say that to Jack, but he's gone. He ain't here. So this is an endorsement for Isaacman from Bill Lee, Sarah Sanders, Ron DeSantis, Brian Kemp, Mike Kehoe, Kevin Stitt, and Greg Abbott. Okay. So, regardless of what people think about those senators, those are senators from places where there's a lot of spaceflight stuff. So,
Yeah.
yeah, that's kind of expected, but yeah, good stuff.
Still, the more in this day and age, the more support from all sides of the aisle, the better.
Space, just space. That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah. So, it's kind of good. Here, sorry, what's this one?
Oh. Single stage to orbit could have been a thing.
I know.
Yes.
Such a good idea, dude.
They started building the launch pad and everything.
RS-2200 is goated, dude. What a cool engine. Tori Bruno worked on it, dude.
Uh-huh.
Not a lot of people know that. Super cool. They should have made this. Dude, and Lockheed knew. Carbon composite tanks. Predicted freaking Rocket Lab 20 years before Rocket Lab. They freaking knew.
You know what, EJ? It would be cool if you did an entire series on building the launch infrastructure for it, and flying that in Kerbal, wouldn't it? That'd be a cool thing to do that you totally haven't done.
Yeah. Why you gotta bring that up?
Because I enjoed it, actually.
Why
It was a nightmare
why you gotta
for you,
bring
but
that
I
up, man?
enjoyed it.
Damn it. All right, well, that's good. You gotta bring that up. Uh, so Ryan, what Sawyer's talking about, dude, I did a series, and this series lasted probably 8 months, where I went heavy duty into VentureStar and built a fully rapidly reusable VentureStar and Launchpad. I built its launch complex out in KSP, in stock KSP, and got it, well, kind of working. Kind of.
It was not stable.
No, I did. It's the Launchpad. It's, when I made a fully scaled version of VentureStar that was scaled to Kerbal size, it was 2,400 tons fully fueled. That's more than the space shuttle.
Hey,
The actual space shuttle. Hello?
is that more than Long March 5?
Long March 5. Probably not.
No, it's just bringing up nightmares from EJ's old Kerbal days.
What? VentureStar?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Not with Venture. I don't think they got that far. I studied the X-33's pad, dude. I don't remember. Every paper that I read about X-33 had a transporter erector.
Oh, chat can't
Ryan
hear
is talking about how bad Ship 26 is, and we're all
They
agreeing.
can't hear Ryan? Oh my goodness.
But anyway, EJ, so
Yeah, sorry
what
about
was
that.
the issue? What was it? You destroyed the launch pad? You destroyed the vehicle a couple of times? I'm trying to remember what it was.
So I had a problem with the wing box. The wing box couldn't take landing correctly. So if you landed it even like if you didn't do anything but grease the landing, the whole thing blew up. I fixed that problem, and I actually got the whole vehicle flying perfectly. The vehicle flew great. It flew exactly like the real thing. Well, the
Supposed
real
to
thing.
have.
I used NTRS documents uh to get wind tunnel testing and make sure that it flew exactly the same. I'm telling you, I got the small one and the big one working extremely well.
I was invested in this one.
Dude, the small one and the small pad works great. It worked just fine. You actually could run a pretty damn good little space program with that, but it only moves 1,000 tons, or not 1,000 kilos into space. The big SSTO, at the end of the day, stuff in KSP doesn't like holding stuff up that's 2,400 tons. That was the big thing that killed me. I blew up 2 pads in a row, and it was on career mode, so I lost like $2 million, 2 million flurbos in Kerbal, and the program went bankrupt. And then I was just like, I hate this. I don't want to do it anymore.
That's what it
It's
was.
traumatizing. But dude, I ran an entire damn space program. I went through the entire design phases of everything, dude. That's how I know so much about like systems engineering and stuff.
And you got grants,
programs.
and then chat would be able to go on your website and vote,
Yep.
punishments if things failed, or if you could get a loan, that kind of stuff.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
It was brilliant, I gotta say.
It was a good dude. Mission mode was fun. I'd like to do it again, but it's just Kerbal is Kerbal.
It's a lot of work.
It's just after what happened with 2, it's just left a sour taste in my mouth, man.
Fair enough.
I'm so bummed about that. I still haven't even played 2 at all.
Don't.
Not worth it.
I mean, so I don't know if we've ever talked about it, EJ.
Thanks, Paula.
Do you
What's up?
ever play? I mean, I know you play like every game ever, but like, do you ever play Civilization? Any of them?
I played Civ 5 back in the day. Not the biggest fan. I like Hearts of Iron, dude. If I'm gonna play a game like that.
I am like, compared to you, I'm like so a casual gamer. So I understand that there's a whole bunch of games that are just like Civilization. It's not the only one of its category. Those are the only ones of that type of game I've ever played, really.
Mhm.
I have a stupid number of hours in 6. I have a fair number of hours
Cool.
in 5. But I have like a truly here. Actually, I kind of want to look. How many hours do I have in 6? And again, I'm compared to you and your gaming list that I bow to. Let's be clear.
Come on, man.
I have, I'm a casual dork. But anyway, all that is to say, Civ 7 just dropped, right? And I don't know if you've seen any of the scuttlebutt over Civ 7, but I just feel like every major AAA game that comes out these days is crap on launch.
Dude, yeah, Kerbal
like-
laid an egg, and then after Kerbal laid an egg, I was like, oh, I'll just play Cities. The new City Skylines 2 coming out would be great, and that one laid an egg too.
Dang.
24.
Yeah,
Same thing.
Okay. I have 1,000 hours in Civ 6,
nice.
which in Kerbal I have. Let's see, like as a comparison, in Kerbal I have 1,500. So I'm not the most, but I've put a fair amount of time in both of them. Civ 6 I love. It's a great game. I'm also kind of bored with it because I have 1,000 hours into it. And so when 7 came out, I was like, let's go. I pre-ordered it like an idiot, and I expected it to be good like an idiot, and it's just not good. And in that case, I have a little bit of faith that they're gonna fix the dang game over time with updates and everything, and they seem to be engaging with the community in the ways that you would hope the developer would. But Kerbal 2, man, just like, oh.
Yeah, dude, I've tried to go back and play Kerbal 1. Sucks.
That really sucks.
Yeah,
Because
dude.
one is still holds up really well.
Right, but if 2 was so gnar that it just soured EJ on 1.
Dude, it's not just me. Sawyer, do you remember when we when we met up at Dogs R Us early 2024? There was a bunch of people there that worked on SLS that I was talking to, and they all said the same dang thing, dude. They're like, yeah, 2 ruined 1 for me. I just don't, I haven't played Kerbal in months because 2. And I'm like, okay, it's not just me. Thank you very much. Dude, dude, this is about as real as I'll get on here.
No,
I hate it.
I'm actually
Dude,
like, if it's not clear, I'm super extra here for it. Like, I'm joking around in the member chat, but like, that shit is, sorry, that stuff is really really aggravating, as evidenced by my slippage there. Like, it really stinks. I mean, I think a lot of people in our circles, you know, whether they were a streamer or not, like, KSP was a force. It was a force. And to
That
squander,
game changed my life, dude.
yeah, to squander that, it's just, it's heartbreaking. Sawyer, say something.
I've been trying to.
Oh, I just heard you. I saw your mouth move just then. And,
Yeah.
and
I've been
did not
trying to.
Oh, wait, you're dead. It just died again. What did you just do?
You got a frayed cable, Sawyer.
That's what it sounds like. Sounds like you just tweaked the cable slightly and it.
I don't know.
There, you're back. You're
Oh,
back.
we got you.
There we go.
Yeah, bad strain relief.
Anyway, that's why I was talking this whole time and no one heard me. But yeah, I was saying that
Sorry,
I played 1 again, and it still really holds up well. Then I saw all the videos that started coming out after the whole KSP2 thing, and I haven't touched it since. It's a shame because I still love Kerbal so freaking much.
Yeah, me too.
I don't have
man.
as many
EJ,
hours as you guys do. I'm under 1,000, but still.
Oh, it's definitely it's not a competition, right? Like it doesn't matter how many hours you have in it. I was only trying to, you know, I wasn't trying to like be like,
No,
oh, I've got 1,000.
Hey, if anyone knows about flexing, it's me. I get it.
But yeah, like I've played Kerbal a lot. Not a lot by everybody's standards, but I've played it a lot. Like, EJ, what if you know, we can talk about anything else if this is like Bummer Town, you know?
No,
We don't have to have feelings.
It is what it is,
one.
homie. It's all good.
What?
I don't know how many hours I got in KSP.
No. Like, what about 2 being a crapshoot soured you on 1? Like, what do you think is the like mechanism or the thought process that makes you not want to play 1 as a result? Because that sucks. Because 1's still good. Is it like it makes you think about 2 and what could have been, and it's just a bummer, or like, or it's a dead end? I don't know.
So, from a streaming perspective, and I've talked about the 15,000 hours. If anybody's wondering,
Jesus, dude.
yeah. It was probably more than that. I played Kerbal for 8 hours every day from pretty much 2015 to probably about 2022. Yeah, 8 hours. Well, 5 days a week. So, you know, work day.
Steve says EJ is the Kerbal. You're Jeff.
Yeah. Jack, I got to show you the shuttle that I made, dude. You'd look at it and be like, "What the hell?"
If I have
the third one you made.
If I have 1 failing as an NSFer, which, let's be honest, I have many, but if I have 1 failing as an NSFer, it's that I have not watched more of your and more of Das's like early. Like, I need at some point, you know, like you have a favorite band or whatever, and you're like, oh yeah, I love this album, I love that album, and then at some point you're like out of music, and you're like, oh man, you go back and like, wow, they had like 4 albums before I even knew they put one. Like, I need to go back. I really need to go back and explore both of your guys' journey. But I'm
Bree's here.
Oh, hi.
Jack says hi.
Sorry, say hi. Don't be like Adrian.
It's a very, I don't know how, thank you.
Hi, Reba.
Yeah.
She's here.
It's
Cat
like
says hi.
delayed. It's not. Oh, I see.
We're the tiny people in internet
Hi.
land. Hi.
And in that moment, you understand why they're perfect for each other.
EJ's a wizard. EJ's a wizard. He's lying to you. He stuck us in these magical boxes on the screen. We're stuck in here.
Help!
Let us
Help!
out.
Help!
Let us out. She couldn't hear any of that, could she?
What's he screaming?
That I'm a wizard and I keep them in the boxes.
What's in the box?
Let us out.
We're stuck in the box.
Get in the box.
They're stuck in the box.
I'm Jack in a box.
All right, I'll leave you alone.
Yes.
Dog, you might wanna say
Thank you
hi.
for embracing it.
No, I'm not. To be clear, I am not embracing it.
You absolutely just embraced
You want
it.
to say hi to Jack? Come here. Come on up here.
I have treats. You want treats?
Yeah, please. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
One,
Doggo time.
I said 1 second twice, so it's 2.
1, 2. Oh, it's Doggo.
Oh. Look at that doggo.
Look at this tighter boy. Look at this boy. Give me a paw.
Oh.
Oh, I miss Leica.
Likey's.
What was? I saw you having Leica chat during the show, but I got distracted.
Caesar was in chat. He said
Oh.
like I'm like Likey's.
I
There you
missed
go.
it. Dang. I saw you saying Likey's. I didn't see Caesar. Dang.
Get up here.
By the way, I'd just like to point out I'm looking at food options right now to order in. That's why I'm looking at my phone. I'm on Uber Eats. So there's a Mediterranean place, Chinese place, a burger place, Home Depot, a Mediterranean place,
All right, baby.
poke place.
You don't eat when you go to Home Depot?
Are you going straight into racing?
It's
Yeah.
just
Okay.
In a little bit.
what?
Starts
In
in
what?
what?
In
When
what
you go to
way does
Home
that make
Depot, you
sense?
don't get food.
They're talking about Home Depot. Oh, Titan emotes all over the stream. Anyway,
When I go
uh,
to Home Depot, I get food.
what?
You don't get
You
food at Home Depot?
would. Get it?
You
Would.
don't, I don't get
Would.
food at Home Depot?
You don't get food at Home Depot.
Yeah, you can get hot dogs there.
IKEA. Yeah.
Hey, my
They have
girl.
Dunkin' too.
She
The one by
gets
us has
it.
Dunkin'.
What'd she say?
Oh yeah. Ours has a Dunkin'. That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. No,
IKEA. Yeah.
Good Home
No.
Home Depots will have like a little like hot dog.
hot dog stand.
a little
Yeah.
hot dog stand.
Yeah.
Right? You go to Home
Yeah,
Depot,
I-
you
yeah,
get
I
what
would
you
get in
need,
on
you
that.
have a hot dog. That's food.
I've only had them
My
like
Home
once in
Depots are
life,
not
but they're
good.
decent.
Costco?
Yeah.
Yes. IKEA?
Alright.
Yes.
Anyway,
Not a Home
All right.
Depot.
bye.
Hi, Bree.
I love how the member chat went from nobody talking to several people talking.
Mine here in Connecticut has a Philly cheesesteak stand.
No.
What?
Yes.
Are they
Yes.
good?
Oh, they're so good.
Oh, I'm
Huh.
so jealous.
Jeez.
I love cheesesteaks.
Kevin,
love
can I tell the
cheesesteaks.
world about that thing that we talked about yesterday?
If you want, I have to open Twitch chat because they know the things that you do. Hold on, EJ saw.
Did
Okay.
you two plan something? Because I'm immediately suspect.
Yeah, you can tell.
This was your idea, by the way.
What?
It's
Jack.
your fault, Jack.
Should I be opening
This is-
Twitch?
Totally your idea.
Should I be opening Twitch?
I mean, if you want.
I'm opening Twitch. Don't do it yet.
So, guys, what is it? What is it called? Oh yeah, okay, I got it. So, guys, Kevin has a problem. Kevin
Ooh.
has. Kevin, are you good with this?
Yeah,
Yeah. All right.
because
So
then
Kevin,
we have
Kevin
to do
has.
it after you tell the world we have to do it.
Yeah, this
Well,
makes
that's
it.
why I'm kind of.
This
Okay.
makes it. a
Yeah,
thing.
we're making it a
Got
thing.
Twitch open.
Guys, Kevin has a problem. He has a 1987 Chevrolet
Oh, this.
Barth RV with a 454 engine and a turbo 400 behind it, most likely. I don't know that
Oh.
for sure.
Yes.
Doesn't run.
It doesn't run, you say?
Oh.
What a pity.
What a pity. Kevin doesn't live that far from me, so you know.
Doesn't live that
Kevin-
far. Quite convenient.
Kevin, what was the express intent of buying this RV, by the way?
So I built it out to be a mobile production vehicle for my still photography business and my filmmaking business. Yeah.
For your still photography, mobile production studio.
Yeah.
Okay.
So fix it and drive it to Starbase.
Oh
Use
no,
it
Jack! How
and-
did you know?
And use it on a launch. Because I'm not a big dumb stupid. That's how. That's a really good idea. I like this idea. Das
And
is
make
gonna hate it.
content.
Das is gonna hate it.
Make so much content.
He's gonna,
He's
dude. You're
gonna
kind
hate
of
it.
right. He's gonna be like, "Why are you doing this to me?"
We have to go pick him up. We have to
Yes.
pick Das
we're gonna
up.
have to.
Oh my god, dude! Best content. World's best
Yep.
content. I'm so sold. More Kevin content? Sold. EJ and Kevin
yeah.
content?
Talking.
Sold. EJ doing
Driving
Kevin
content.
voice to Kevin in real life in a car on a road trip where Kevin slowly loses his mind? Sold. Like, where do I send money? I have envelopes right here.
Oh god. Oh.
Then your
jeez.
checker money order too.
Can D be involved?
So-
Can we shoehorn D in? Like, I would
Yes.
watch this.
We'll pick
I
up
know-
D.
D with the
I would-
camera.
I know
would,
that-
I would
and
watch
slow
this
mo
content.
BTS.
And I will get a like dastardly what's the guy from Wacky Races? Like I'll do a pencil mustache and I'll wear a top hat and a black cape and I will tack strip you and like try and like pit maneuver you the whole way.
Hey guys, and here's the best part of this, dude. One of my moderators is a long haul trucker, and if we bring him in on this project, he could just drive the whole way.
Oh.
Well, me and him could drive the whole way. Ernock, I'm not making you drive the whole thing again, dude. I know how to drive an RV. Yep. Wait, did you guys call your road trips Max and D's Excellent Adventure and Jack and D's Excellent Adventure?
Yes.
You
Kevin
called
did
them
that.
Excellent Adventures?
Kevin did that.
Yeah, I mean, Bill and
I always
Ted.
say
Come on.
be excellent.
Like-
I always say be excellent to each other at the end of every SBU. It's kind of a thing. And Kevin is like, a cool guy. And so,
So-
he
And
continued
also
the
10 years older than you, so like,
Yeah.
I
So they're
actually
actually
watched it
relevant
when it
to
came out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say is you're a cool guy and you continued the motif as a good artist does. You yes-anded the theme.
I
It was
did.
beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. It's why I like you. It's because you're good. I was trying to
So-
compliment you. You didn't have to like old man flex me, dude. Like, come on.
So we me and Ernock did a road trip across the country. We went from San Diego to Titusville to Boston, which is not in a straight line, but hey, whatever, it's fine. And we called it EJ and Ernock's Excellent Adventure as well. So there you go. Oh,
That's
Sawyer,
crazy.
102 months. Thanks, man.
You're welcome. 52
Yep.
months away from the fun one.
We drove an 87 F350 4,500 miles. It was a long way.
That's
It
amazing.
was a great trip.
That's such
It was.
Jesus. How many days?
I lost count.
That sounds right.
We were gonna stop to Starbase. That was gonna be the first time I went to Starbase,
Right.
but the brakes went out in the truck.
I remember.
And you kind of have to fix those.
That's when D and I were doing our initial excellent adventure. We need
Yes,
more.
we were behind you by about 100 miles, and then the truck's brakes went out.
There was a period of time where it was like, oh, are we gonna cross the streams, literally? Haha.
Yep.
But yeah, it didn't work out. But that would have been cool.
Perseus.
More
Yeah.
driving streams though. More driving streams. Definitely, we need Kevin. Like, let's fix the thing. Let's fix the thing. Come here, make content. What is
Yeah.
a
I'll go
Starbase
live
summary?
everywhere.
What is a
There you go, dude.
What does a Starbase summary with Kevin shots look like?
Ooh.
It'd be awesome.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, we flushed the radiator in Titusville, and dirt came out and basically just went all over my buddy's front lawn. So that's good.
It looked great, huh?
Oh yeah, no, it was a farm truck, so there was dirt, lots of dirt everywhere.
Kevin, if you didn't have to call a Starship launch and you could just be wherever you wanted, where would you go?
I like being around people. So I would actually
River.
probably be like you. I'd go to Outpost.
Yep.
For that, Outpost or Isla Blanca, for sure.
Yeah.
Isla Blanca.
I like to
on-
feel other people's energy because, like, I'm a kind of like just chill dude. Like, I'm
honestly,
just
I
chill.
I would probably do Isla Blanca even then in that case, just because the crowd is bigger, so it's more like music festival. The outpost is like the crowd is there, and it's like the people who are really into it. So that is its own separate thing, and the excitement is there, but it's not a gigantic frickin' crowd like you get at the park.
Yeah.
Although Isla
Having
Blanca,
been-
He's just a chill guy.
Having been with Kevin at a launch, I agree. He's great. It's fun to watch him around people.
He's just a chill guy. In the Membies chat and
Yeah.
in Twitch, Kevin's just a chill guy.
love that.
Also, Geese and Pun for you, Sawyer. You should go look.
Where should I look?
Look in the Twitch chat.
What, the pun?
Geeson says scientists have created an air freshener that's controlled with your mind. It makes sense when you think about it.
Yeah, I saw that one. That's an oldie but a goodie.
He's just a chill guy. Is that Kate? Is that Gage?
Maybe.
Bro, are you still in Texas?
Yeah, I guess.
Bro, how are you still? Okay, this is fun. This is fun because the person who was just there for basically a year straight with a travel for work and stuff, but like, yeah, how are you still there? How does that happen, Gage? Would you care to explain to others how the vortex that is Starbase
You guys can
works?
hear him, right?
Well,
I
things
muted him.
needed done, and you were going out of town, so I'm here to cover and get things done, I suppose. Doc's like, hey, there's
Gage.
things to do, so here we go. But no,
So,
I enjoy
guys,
it. I enjoy being
for-
here. It's so fun seeing, this stuff with your own eyes, because, when you control cameras nonstop 24/7 and then you're here with your eyes, it's like, dang, this is different and interesting. So, no, I enjoy it. But, there were things that needed to get done post-flight, so I'm just here holding the fort,
we have a whole bunch
Cool.
of different comms boxes and different boxes that hold batteries or networking equipment that have vent holes, which are useful sometimes of the year because you can have a vent. But sometimes of the year it's just a hole for sand to get blown into it. And Gage has been installing a little 3D printed like slats in the square holes on
The
these
square
boxes.
hole.
In the
Yeah.
square hole.
See, I was building to a thing. It took a while to get there, but I was building to
No,
a
no,
thing.
you're good.
But seeing those installed, so satisfying.
I know they
Kevin?
are very satisfying, and DOS 3D printed that and sent it
Right.
here, so I was able to put it in, and it was the measurement was just dead on, so it slid right in there, and it was very satisfying to watch.
Heck yeah, man.
Wow.
Yeah,
Kevin?
but
Yeah, that's
like
what
Jack
my
was
face
saying,
is. Yes, that's my face right now, EJ.
What's the
Kevin, does your RV have 2 rear axles or 1?
2.
That's a lot of axles.
wow, that's a lot of yeah.
It's
Jeez.
three.
So,
it's
guys,
three
just for some
axles.
context, the reason why I asked Gage if he's been still down there is because Gage got down there basically when I got down there, like, what was that?
Yeah.
Like a month ago?
Yeah, that's true.
It's
like
been
a
about
month
3
ago?
weeks, yeah.
It was like a month ago, dude.
That's a true fact. That is a true fact.
That was not recent.
This is what I mean though. Like Starbase can be a vortex. You can spend
Yep.
as much time there as you have.
Yeah.
Because there's always more to do. Not just like in general Starship this or that, but especially for us in our operations. Like there's always so much to do.
Well, and just like what Jack was saying, part of the deal is, the ocean is right there, right? So you got this constant ocean breeze that hits most of our camera sites and some of our comms boxes, sometimes they rust starts to form. So the idea is I spray that that anti-rust, whatever it's called, anti-rust stuff to kind of help slow
Rust
down
converter.
the rust, because this stuff can rust in weeks down here. Like it's not
Gage,
just like, okay, go ahead.
What's the coolest thing you've seen on this trip? Besides launch and not the birds in the Walmart parking lot. Do not freaking say
I
the
was gonna
birds in the Walmart parking lot.
7
That does
p.m.
not count.
Walmart parking lot can't get beat.
That does not count, dude. That does not count.
No, but in reality, I would honestly have to say when the ship was rolling out, what was the one that just flew? Ship 35 or was it 34? I don't remember. Anyway,
34.
it was ship 34. Yeah, when they were rolling it to the launch site, I was me and Roger were right next to where our trailer camera is, and this thing was so close that the flap was going over my over my vehicle, and I was like, but then it was fine. Like, but
It's always-
still, it
It's
was
always
so
a good
cool.
time when you have to decide which way your egress route is going to be if things go tilty, shall we say?
Yeah, yeah.
When you need to plan your egress route, you know you're having a good time.
You know, and here's
or a
another
bad time.
thing though. When they rolled back Ship 35 from Massey's, I got one of our deployable cameras deployed right outside the Massey's entrance, and then they did a nice thing where they let traffic through, so I was able to get in front of it. During that time, it's just so surreal. I'm driving down the road, driving up to this thing right as they're letting traffic through. It's just surreal to see it on my rearview mirror. And in fact, I think it's in one of the member photos. I don't remember which one, but Chris may have posted a while ago. But I took a photo of Ship 35 in my driver's side mirror, just looking behind me, right, as I passed the vehicle. That is something I'll probably never forget. It's a really, really cool experience just to see this thing in the rearview mirror. And then I did the same photo when we were down in Florida a couple of weeks ago because we were doing some stuff at our hut site, and the VAB was just in my rearview mirror. It was just such a cool photo to take, and it's awesome. That's what
There's
I'll
so
say.
many photos I wish I could show you, but I can't from the Cape. But it's got to be
Yeah.
crazy with the world's largest rocket being able to do that.
You're
Oh,
doing
yeah.
cool stuff.
Sorry, you can get right up to this thing, dude.
It's
Dude, you have okay. So, all right, I don't mean to be a jerk, but you have to come down.
Oh, I
Yeah.
know I do.
That's I'm
Sawyer,
sorry.
you need to come
like,
down here. You need to see this for yourself. Like,
Yep.
I know you've seen SLS, you've seen a bunch of Falcons and all that, but like EJ is saying, this thing just rolling down the road and you can be right there. There's nothing
I
that beats
know.
that. There's
I
nothing
know. I
that
need to
beats
be
that.
there.
Oh,
It's not cool, but I'm gonna ask you. So Sawyer, when you're in the next press conference, can you say? Can you introduce yourself as "Hi, Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF"? My editor Jake would really like to know, and then ask your question. Can you do that for me?
As in my cat, Jake.
Yeah.
I like being allowed back into them, if you don't mind. So
Oh, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, you drive a hard bargain. Good call.
you can't
Sorry,
really
Chad,
say,
he's
"Hey,
not
my
doing it.
so and so asked." Yeah, that don't go over well.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I tried.
Trying to find.
Spoiler alert: I knew the answer to that question, but I
No,
asked
it's
it anyway.
it's worth the ask.
what did you
Huh?
call someone in your Twitch chat? Don't say it out loud.
Hey, you've almost
a
accidentally
dumpling?
called someone that trying to read a username.
No, not even close. Not even
Yes!
close,
It was
sir.
close.
Yes!
It was
Not
close.
even close, sir.
It was.
Oh,
Wait, which one? The dumpling or
yeah,
or the dill?
The dumpling.
Oh,
I'm just giving you a hard time. Wait, okay, so I completely spaced out, and we're like 3 digressions away. Why did you care that Kevin's RV has 2 axles?
I just wanted to see how big it was. That's a big, dude. It's a bar.
Because 2 axles means more heavy, so bigger.
Yes, precisely. That's correct.
I mean,
so
it
it's a
was
reg.
used by a car club as a car hauler before I bought it.
You're a car hauler before you
It
bought it.
was a car club on Long Island.
A car hauler, you
By the way.
say?
Yeah.
Please elaborate. Oh,
It's
nice,
got
sorry.
like the fold down
Nice.
door in the back, so you
Hard
can
to see,
drive your
but-
car right up it.
Flex.
That is a Delta 4 Heavy in my side view mirror. So, Gage, I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Ignore EJ's Twitch chat in the reflection, but yeah.
Wait. You don't use dark mode?
EJ
I
might
don't.
steal the RV now.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. My driveway is square. It's going to go the square driveway.
Wait. What's the what? I missed it. I was Sawyer.
Dude, that's freaking
Car
cool,
hauler?
man.
What, car hauler? What
It's
is
a
the-
car hauler. It's a Regal car hauler. That's badass. Oh, I want it. Excuse me. Oh, Kevin,
Your
we're
chat,
hitting it.
your
We're,
chat
Why
is
do you hate me for
flipping
using light
out.
mode?
What have you done?
Why do people hate me for using light mode? Come on.
I mean, I have to.
Yeah, but it's not just you. It's a lot of people. Why?
Because who does that?
dude. It's a car hauler.
I need something to match the color of my skin, okay? I don't
Alright.
feel white enough. I need white
So,
everything on my screens.
I just like that we apparently touched a nerve. Like it's not often you find a chink in Sawyer's armor.
It's
Apparently
very true.
Apparently I can rip on you for light mode, which like noted.
Yes.
So guys,
fair enough.
Here, I'm gonna put this on the screen on the stream real quick, and you won't be able to see.
Car hauler. Okay. Dude, that looks like a Elvis RV or something. Like that is legit.
Dude,
oh no, we lost signal.
That's
there it is.
That's pretty good. That's pretty cool.
Need to see this happen. Can we
Kevin,
make
I'll
it
give
so
you
that
$500
can we
for
make
it?
it so that my Land Rover can like come out of the back, like it's like nesting doll production vehicles, and then out of the Land Rover we can like make a boosted board with like a solo tape to it, and then taped to that we can have Leica, and so like Kevin will roll up in the RV and control the stream, and then I'll pop out of the back of the Land Rover and deploy Caesar on the skateboard, who will then deploy Leica, who will then do unspecified, completely legal things to get good camera angles in Starbase. Sound like a plan?
Well, I was thinking, yeah, I mean that'll work, Jack.
Okay. Sorry, I've had a lot of coffee, like we talked about.
No, dude, we could tell. Well, Kevin, like we could take one of my trucks, we could put the truck in the back if it fits, right? And then we drive it down there, and then we park the RV, and then you have a truck to drive around.
That's kind of crazy.
That would be killer.
You didn't do anything to the car hauler part. Is that still car hauler horrific?
There's a wall. We just have to take it down.
By the way, Eric, I would like to point out I never said that it has to have a hole to qualify as a bagel.
I've been scrolling on Instagram since we started this conversation, trying to find a picture. I'm like 8 years ago at this point. I don't even. How do you find a picture on Instagram? You don't.
Truck, car hauler. I want it.
Having a hole is definitely a large part of it, but with whatever the crap that he keeps putting on top of it.
Where am I going, dude? All right, we got
taking a bagel and turning it into something that is not a bagel.
It's a bagel. Kevin, I feel your pain. Also, it's crap for video. Any of my older videos, like if I want to go and even just look at it, it just pinwheels. Like
yeah.
No matter how good my internet is, it's just like Instagram's like, yeah, we put that on a server in Kansas, and it's that data center actually was demolished 3 years ago. So here's a pinwheel. Like I don't. It's infuriating.
It really is.
Also, I could rant about so many things about Instagram if we want to go down that rabbit hole. No iPad app, still. Also, it's a photo sharing app, and the photo compression is hot garbage. Also, they're trying to pivot and be like, TikTok and stories, Snapchat, like blah, 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 Reels, etc. And their video compression is hot garbage. Just like, can I make a video for your platform?
Sorry, what kind of glasses do you have?
What?
What kind of glasses do you have that record video?
The Ray-Ban ones, yeah.
Square hole.
Which upload directly to
my phone and also Instagram. I'm talking about compression, Sawyer.
Yeah, you're talking about ranting on Instagram as you have a product that's meant for Instagram.
I can rant about the glasses if you want me to rant about the glasses.
I want the car.
Yeah, I'm here for
the car hauler.
They're quite nice, but there's a lot of things about them that suck.
Kevin,
what do you want?
I want the car hauler.
I want him to get his hands on it. I need this content. Like I'm picturing an Odd Couple kind of situation where Kevin is like, the Frasier, if you will, and EJ is like the Homer, but he's like really adept at fixing the thing, and Kevin is like, all kerfuffed, like just like, oh geez, oh. And EJ's like, moving fast and breaking things, but fixing the car. Like, this is comedy. This could be really good.
All right, my food is just about here. I think I'm gonna go get food if that's all right with
I should
all the
probably
viewers.
eat.
All right, Sawyer.
I'm mostly made out of coffee right now, so I mean the bagel
Me
was a
too.
while ago.
My call time this morning was 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm tired.
Yikes.
All right, Kevin.
And Kevin has, and you have racing EJ in 27 minutes.
I do.
That was a really fun stream, y'all.
Yes.
That was a good time.
See you next time, week, or whatever. You know the.
See you guys.
Drill.
Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah.
I think I have to play the outro now. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Kevin, play the outro, please.
I'm playing the
Alright.
outro. Bye, everybody.
Long March 5.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Twitch.
Long March 5.
Long
Now
March
watch
5.
this drive.
No, Long March 5.
Fat May 6.
And here we go.
Gary Crackle 5.
We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside at speed off. Bring in at speed off. Off. It's orange! 145! Oh my god! Decollage! Look at that! Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?